The genesis of the Dacians as a distinctive populace necessitates a thorough exploration of the intricate mosaic formed by Thracian tribal confederations, which held sway over southeastern Europe during the nascent stages of the Iron Age. The Thracians, a sprawling collection of Indo-European speaking communities, had successfully established their dominion across an immense expanse, reaching from the shimmering Aegean Sea to the imposing Carpathian Mountains by the 8th century BC. Within this expansive Thracian realm, the forebears of the Dacians embarked upon a protracted journey of forging their unique identity, characterized by a progressive process of cultural divergence and the strategic consolidation of their territorial holdings. Operating as a fluid, interconnected, yet largely autonomous network, the Thracian tribal confederation comprised various kin groups, each maintaining its own distinguished chieftains, formidable warrior contingents, and localized customs, while simultaneously subscribing to fundamental linguistic, religious, and cultural tenets. Accounts from Greek chroniclers dating back to the 7th and 6th centuries BC vividly portray the Thracians as fierce and unyielding combatants, practitioners of elaborate funerary rites, and masters of sophisticated metalworking techniques. Yet, these very same historical sources began to meticulously delineate between diverse Thracian subgroups, highlighting discernible variations in their patterns of settlement, their military organizational structures, and their specific religious observances. Archaeological investigations strongly indicate that the Proto-Dacian tribes commenced the solidification of their unique character during the 6th century BC, particularly within the fertile expanses situated north of the majestic Danube River. This process of differentiation gained considerable momentum as these northern Thracian communities encountered a distinct set of environmental exigencies and opportunities, markedly different from those faced by their southern counterparts. The rugged mountainous terrain of the Carpathians, juxtaposed with the bountiful plains of Transylvania, created an exceptional confluence of conditions that fostered the evolution of specialized agricultural methodologies, ingenious defensive strategies, and intricate trade networks. The pervasive influence of the Hallstatt culture, which dominated the Central European landscape from approximately 800 to 450 BC, exerted a profound impact on the shaping of early Dacian material culture. The sophisticated Hallstatt ironworking techniques disseminated eastward through burgeoning trade routes and dynamic population movements, ultimately reaching the Carpathian Basin by the 7th century BC. Dacian smiths, with remarkable ingenuity, adapted these foreign techniques to suit their indigenous requirements, leading to the development of uniquely styled iron tools, formidable weapons, and innovative agricultural implements. The iconic Dacian curved sword, famously known as the falx, emerged during this transformative era, representing a synthesis of earlier Hallstatt ironworking traditions skillfully combined with local innovations in blade design and metallurgical practices. Similarly, Hallstatt burial customs left their imprint on Dacian funerary rites, though the Dacians judiciously modified these traditions to align with their deeply held spiritual convictions. Excavations at pivotal archaeological sites such as Ferig and Balta Verde have unearthed cremation burials accompanied by a wealth of artifacts, including robust iron weaponry, intricate bronze ornaments, and pottery that unmistakably exhibits Hallstatt influences, yet simultaneously retains distinctly local characteristics. The pottery, in particular, showcases a remarkable fusion of Hallstatt decorative motifs seamlessly integrated with indigenous Thracian geometric patterns, culminating in a distinctive hybrid aesthetic that became progressively standardized across the expanding Dacian territories. The significant transition from Hallstatt to Tène cultural influences, commencing around 450 BC, heralded another pivotal phase in Dacian cultural evolution. Tène artistic expressions, renowned for their fluid, curvilinear designs and exquisite metalwork, permeated Dacian lands through the influx of Celtic migrations and the establishment of bustling trade contacts. However, the Dacians demonstrated a discerning selectivity in their adoption of Tène elements, steadfastly preserving their own established artistic traditions. This resulted in a unique cultural amalgam, a distinctive synthesis that archaeologists can meticulously trace through the examination of jewelry, weaponry, and various decorative objects discovered at numerous excavation sites. Dacian fortifications began to develop their characteristic features during this period of intense cultural synthesis. The earliest Dacian settlements were strategically positioned on elevated natural formations, expertly leveraging inherent defensive advantages such as commanding hilltops, winding river bends, and precipitous slopes. These nascent fortifications typically comprised earth and timber ramparts, meticulously reinforced with robust stone foundations, a construction technique that ingeniously combined Celtic defensive innovations with deeply ingrained local building traditions. The renowned Murus Daciacus, or Dacian wall, represented the pinnacle of this evolutionary trajectory, incorporating sophisticated dry stone masonry techniques that resulted in virtually impregnable defensive structures. The discernible settlement patterns across Dacian territories disclose an intricate hierarchical organization with formidable fortified centers exercising control over surrounding agricultural communities and vital resource extraction sites. Grand settlements like Sarmazegatusa Regia, nestled within the Orishti Mountains, functioned as paramount political and religious epicenters, while smaller hill forts strategically commanded crucial passes, vital river crossings, and rich mining areas. The precise distribution of these settlements unequivocally points to a sophisticated understanding of territorial control and resource management, extending far beyond the rudimentary organization of simple tribal structures. The geographical footprint of Dacian tribes encompassed an expansive domain, primarily centered on the Carpathian Basin, but extending significantly beyond these natural demarcations. Dacian territory broadly encompassed the majority of modern-day Romania, with Transylvania serving as its undisputed political and cultural heartland. Nevertheless, Dacian influence extended northward into portions of contemporary Ukraine, westward into Hungary, southward across the Danube River into Bulgaria, and eastward into Moldova. This extensive territorial reach was not indicative of uniform, monolithic control, but rather represented a complex web of allied tribes, intricate tributary relationships, and overlapping cultural influence zones. The Carpathian Mountains themselves played an absolutely pivotal role in Dacian territorial organization. These majestic mountains provided formidable natural defensive barriers, while simultaneously harboring rich deposits of gold, silver, iron, and salt, resources that formed the very bedrock of Dacian wealth and power. The Dacians developed exceptionally sophisticated mining techniques, engineering extensive underground networks that extracted precious metals from sites like Roșia Montana and Zlatna. These large-scale mining operations demanded coordinated labor forces and specialized technical expertise, which in turn significantly contributed to the development of a more centralized political authority. Transylvania's fertile valleys and expansive plateaus sustained dense agricultural populations, providing the demographic foundation for Dacian military prowess and political might. The region's prodigious agricultural productivity, synergized with its abundant mineral wealth and strategic geographical placement, solidified its position as the natural nucleus of Dacian civilization. Extensive archaeological surveys have identified hundreds of Dacian settlements throughout Transylvania, ranging from modest farming villages to imposing fortified centers, thereby providing compelling evidence of a sophisticated settlement hierarchy and an advanced administrative apparatus. The Dacian presence in the Moldavian region reflected both ambitious territorial expansion and pervasive cultural influence. Archaeological findings suggest that Dacian tribes established settlements along the Prut and Dniester rivers, forging a network of communities that effectively controlled crucial trade routes, connecting the Carpathian region with the Pontic steppe and the thriving Greek colonies situated along the Black Sea coast. These eastern Dacian settlements meticulously maintained close cultural affiliations with the Transylvanian heartland, while simultaneously demonstrating a remarkable adaptability to the distinct environmental and political conditions prevalent across the Eastern European plain. Religious practices among the early Dacians were profoundly centered on the veneration of Zelmoxis, a revered deity whose cult represented a unique synthesis of ancient Thracian spiritual traditions interwoven with local innovations and potentially incorporating external influences. According to classical Greek sources, notably Herodotus, Zelmoxis was regarded as both a divine entity and a legendary figure who had imparted to the Dacians profound teachings concerning the immortality of the soul and the principles of righteous religious conduct. The cult of Zelmoxis placed a powerful emphasis on the enduring continuity of existence beyond mortal death, a belief that profoundly shaped Dacian attitudes towards warfare, ritual sacrifice, and the very fabric of their social organization. Zelmoxis worship incorporated elements of sky god veneration, a common spiritual thread among Indo-European peoples. But the Dacians meticulously developed unique ritual practices that distinctly set their religion apart from other Thracian traditions. Sacred groves played a truly central role in Dacian religious practice, with specific forest areas being designated as hallowed sites where significant ceremonies and solemn sacrifices regularly took place. These sacred spaces were meticulously maintained and rigorously protected, often strategically located in proximity to major settlements or fortifications, enabling them to fulfill both essential religious and vital political functions. The complex ideological evolution of distinctive Dacian spiritual beliefs involved the masterful integration of indigenous animistic traditions with more sophisticated theological concepts, possibly stemming from intellectual contact with Greek philosophical ideas. Some scholarly interpretations suggest that the pronounced emphasis on soul immortality and the fervent worship of Zelmoxis may reflect an influence from Orphic or Pythagorean teachings, though the Dacians undoubtedly adapted these concepts to fit seamlessly within their own unique cultural framework. The ultimate outcome was a robust religious system that offered both profound spiritual comfort and strong social cohesion, effectively reinforcing tribal identity and bolstering political authority through the powerful sanction of the divine. Dacian religious practices also encompassed intricate mortuary rites that underscored their profound convictions regarding mortality and the spiritual realm beyond. Excavations at various sepulchral locations have unequivocally demonstrated that the Dacians employed both the fiery purification of cremation and the solemn interment of inhumation, with the specific method of final disposition likely serving as an indicator of an individual's societal standing, adherence to localized customs, or an evolving theological understanding over time. A rich assortment of grave accoutrements, encompassing martial implements, ornate personal adornments, utilitarian ceramics, and sustenance provisions, has been unearthed from Dacian interments, these provisions compellingly implying a deeply held conviction in the enduring vitality of the departed soul and its continued requirements in the ethereal existence that awaited. The sacerdotal order within Dacian civilization wielded substantial sway, encompassing both temporal governance and spiritual dominion, functioning as sagacious counselors to the various tribal chieftains and serving as vigilant custodians of their hallowed ancestral customs. It was incumbent upon these spiritual luminaries to uphold intricate oral narratives, meticulously safeguarding the collective historical recollections, intricate lineage records, and profound esoteric wisdom indispensable to the very essence of Dacian cultural self-definition. The seamless fusion of ecclesiastical and governmental power thus forged a unique administrative framework, masterfully intertwining pragmatic stewardship with an undeniable divine sanction, thereby ensuring enduring equilibrium and uninterrupted progression throughout the disparate Dacian tribal domains. A profound societal metamorphosis, spanning the 5th to the 3rd centuries BC, characterized the evolution of Dacian civilization, as disparate, loosely confederated tribal factions coalesced into more cohesive, centrally governed political structures. This intricate process of integration was initiated by astute and enterprising local chieftains, who keenly perceived that the prevailing territorial disunity rendered their respective communities susceptible to both encroaching foreign adversaries and disruptive internecine strife. While the formidable Carpathian mountain range inherently offered strategic natural defenses, it simultaneously fostered the development of sequestered enclaves of habitation, each historically accustomed to autonomous self-governance. Overcoming these inherent geographical and political impediments necessitated a judicious blend of martial acumen and sophisticated diplomatic dexterity. For emergent leaders had to persuade fiercely independent tribal authorities to relinquish aspects of their sovereignty in pursuit of mutual protection and enhanced collective well-being. The nascent, centralized political formations within Dacian territory first manifested themselves within the metalliferous expanses of Transylvania, where mastery over lucrative gold and silver extraction endeavors furnished the indispensable economic bedrock required to sustain more formidable military contingents and intricate governmental frameworks. Excavations at pivotal locations such as Piatra Craiovii and Capulna disclose the erection of increasingly elaborate defensive structures throughout this epoch, characterized by intricate, multi-tiered protection mechanisms capable of safeguarding not merely isolated habitation zones, but comprehensive interconnected valley systems. Such formidable stronghold complexes functioned as pivotal hubs for the assertion of dominion, enabling enterprising chieftains to propagate their authority across adjacent domains through a synergistic application of coercive military might, attractive fiscal inducements, and strategically forged marital unions. The intricate trajectory of territorial unification generally adhered to a discernible sequence. Initially, triumphant chieftains would firmly establish dominion over their immediate topographical confines, subsequently extending their suzerainty incrementally, either through military subjugation or the diplomatic procurement of submission from contiguous regions. The Orashti Mountains, by virtue of their paramount strategic positioning, abundant mineral deposits, and naturally defensible topography, emerged as a pivotal nexus for this burgeoning process of integration. Leaders who commanded these critical mountain thoroughfares possessed the capacity to meticulously govern commercial traffic, levy essential tariffs, and simultaneously project formidable military strength across numerous interconnected valleys. Such an inherent topographical prerogative enabled select rulers to amass both material wealth and human capital at a pace vastly superior to that of their rivals, thereby catalyzing the rapid genesis of embryonic state formations. Furthermore, the forging of matrimonial bonds constituted an indispensable element in territorial consolidation, as chieftains strategically endeavored to integrate erstwhile adversaries into expansive familial networks, a tactic designed to significantly mitigate the potential for subsequent hostilities. These intricate arrangements frequently necessitated elaborate parleys concerning demarcations of territory, accords on the equitable distribution of resources, and precise stipulations regarding military commitments in periods of foreign aggression. The successful incorporation of previously autonomous tribal communities necessitated a delicate equilibrium between upholding ingrained local traditions and instituting harmonized governmental frameworks. Astute leaders exhibited extraordinary political sagacity, adeptly safeguarding the distinct cultural identities of individual tribes, even as they cultivated a pervasive allegiance towards the nascent monarchical entity. The evolution of Dacian martial structures throughout this epoch mirrored a confluence of pragmatic operational requirements and deeply ingrained cultural tenets, which simultaneously venerated the individual warrior's exceptional skill and courage within the context of synchronized collective maneuvers. Historically, Dacian combatants engaged in warfare as singular, heroic champions, their primary objective being the attainment of personal renown through demonstrations of valor and martial dexterity on the field. Nevertheless, the escalating magnitude of territorial disputes mandated the adoption of more rigorously disciplined formations and intricately synchronized operational plans, essential for effectively confronting well-organized adversarial armies. This pivotal shift from the pursuit of individual heroic combat to a more methodical and structured military apparatus constituted a profound cultural metamorphosis that skillfully preserved cherished warrior ethos while simultaneously augmenting the collective efficacy of their forces. The distinctive falx emerged as the quintessential armament of Dacian martial units throughout this epoch of territorial unification. It underwent a progressive refinement from rudimentary curved blade prototypes, culminating in a highly specialized, formidable two-handed implement, engineered for devastating impact against both foot soldiers and mounted adversaries alike. This formidable weapon typically spanned a length of roughly 4 to 5 feet, characterized by a gracefully arcing blade projecting from a rigid, linear haft, thus forging an instrument that ingeniously amalgamated the formidable cleaving force of an axe with the extended range inherent to a polearm. Masterful Dacian metallurgists pioneered advanced smithing methodologies to forge falx blades renowned for their enduringly keen cutting surfaces. Simultaneously endowed with adequate resilience, to dissipate percussive forces without succumbing to fracture. The strategic deployment of combatants wielding the falx demanded arduous training and meticulous synchronization. Given that the weapon's optimal performance hinged upon impeccable timing and unwavering adherence to formation protocols. Consequently, Dacian military strategists devised specialized combat configurations meticulously designed to amplify the falx's inherent strengths while prudently mitigating its operational shortcomings. The falx demonstrated exceptional lethality when arrayed against heavily armored adversaries, its distinctive recurved blade proving adept at circumventing protective shields and delivering grievous incisions to vulnerable extremities or the neck region. Nevertheless, warriors brandishing the falx remained susceptible to counterattack during the critical recoil period following each forceful blow, thus necessitating the presence of auxiliary forces equipped with defensive shields and more compact weaponry to safeguard them amidst the fray. Dacian defensive doctrines were characterized by an astute comprehension of topographical benefits and the intricate tenets of siegecraft. This sophisticated approach evinced a synthesis of their inherent martial heritage and astute adaptations gleaned from interactions with advanced Mediterranean cultures. While the erection of elevated strongholds adhered to conventional methodologies, Dacian master builders innovated distinctive architectural paradigms that optimally enhanced their defensive capabilities concurrently with reducing both material expenditures and manpower demands. The renowned Murus Daciacus stood as the apotheosis of these defensive engineering breakthroughs, manifesting as an intricate system of ramparts robust enough to endure protracted sieges, yet demanding comparatively minimal upkeep. The ingenious construction methodology of the Murus Daciacus entailed the meticulous assembly of a structural armature comprising horizontal timber beams, securely fastened by upright wooden posts, with the intervening voids subsequently packed with precisely hewn and interlocking stone blocks. This innovative building approach yielded ramparts endowed with an exceptional combination of pliancy and structural integrity, rendering them capable of withstanding the concussive force of siege weaponry without catastrophic failure, all while simultaneously presenting an imposing deterrent to direct infantry incursions. Crucially, the integrated timber scaffolding served to uniformly dissipate stress loads throughout the entire defensive edifice, thereby forestalling isolated structural weaknesses that might otherwise have engendered vulnerable breaches for assaulting armies. Furthermore, prescient Dacian engineers integrated sophisticated drainage channels directly into their wall designs, a measure specifically conceived to avert the deleterious effects of water infiltration and the expansive force of frost heaving, both of which could severely compromise the stability of the underlying stone foundations. The martial ethos prevalent among the Dacians placed paramount importance on individual bravery, unwavering fealty to their leaders, and profound spiritual commitment. These foundational tenets collectively fostered the development of exceptionally motivated military contingents, demonstrably capable of offering protracted and steadfast opposition even when confronted by numerically superior adversaries. The pervasive incorporation of Zalmoxis veneration into their martial traditions furnished a potent spiritual rationale for engaging in assertive military campaigns, simultaneously assuaging the apprehension of mortality among combatants who held an ardent belief in the eternal persistence of the soul. Such a deeply embedded theological aspect within Dacian military psychology conferred significant intangible benefits, frequently catching foreign adversaries off guard, who had gravely misjudged the profound resolve and indomitable fortitude of the Dacians in engagement. The proliferation of substantial Dacian settlements throughout this pivotal era was a direct consequence of both pressing defensive imperatives and burgeoning economic prospects, factors that profoundly influenced the architectural framework of the nascent kingdom. Sarmizegetusa Regia, strategically positioned within the formidable Orăștie Mountains, commenced its genesis as a fortified habitation in the 3rd century BC, yet its eventual ascendancy to the preeminent Dacian political and spiritual nexus unfolded progressively across numerous successive generations. The judicious choice of this particular location underscored a meticulous evaluation of its inherent defensive strengths, reliable access to vital water sources, considerable agrarian fertility, and convenient proximity to valuable mineral deposits, all prerequisites for sustaining a sizable and enduring populace. The initial phases of architectural endeavor at Sarmizegetusa Regia were predominantly dedicated to the erection of formidable defensive ramparts, designed not only to safeguard the central precincts of the settlement, but also to offer secure sanctuary to the surrounding agrarian populations during periods of martial engagement. The locale's intrinsic benefits comprised precipitously inclined gradients on various flanks, consistent and dependable sources of potable water, and panoramic vistas encompassing the adjacent valleys, thereby affording timely intelligence regarding the approach of hostile forces. Ingenious Dacian engineers further augmented these inherent topographical assets by undertaking extensive terracing initiatives, which not only fashioned level expanses suitable for extensive building, but simultaneously buttressed the integrity of the slopes through the strategic deployment of robust stone retaining walls. The H-stone retaining walls. The sacred precinct at Sarmizegetusa Regia blossomed concurrently with the development of the settlement's formidable defensive structures, a clear manifestation of the interwoven religious and political authority that profoundly shaped the organization of the Dacian kingdom. Extensive archaeological investigations have unearthed the foundational vestiges of both circular and rectangular temple edifices, which ingeniously blended elements of robust stone masonry with more pliable wooden construction. These venerable religious buildings served a multifaceted purpose, operating not merely as hallowed centers of worship, but also as crucial venues for the assembly of tribal councils and as secure repositories for revered sacred objects and precious tribal treasures, all of which powerfully underscored the prevailing political legitimacy of the ruling elite. Across the Orăștie Mountains, other significant Dacian strongholds exhibited a parallel developmental trajectory, with prominent sites such as Costești Cetățuia, Blidaru, and Piatra Roșie, each fulfilling specialized roles within a sophisticated and integrated defensive network. Costești Cetățuia strategically commanded vital access routes originating from the southern and western territories, while its commanding elevated position facilitated crucial visual communication with neighboring fortifications, employing an intricate system of signal fires and ascending smoke columns. The construction of this particular site ingeniously incorporated multiple layers of defensive lines, meticulously designed to funnel invading forces into predetermined and lethal killing zones, simultaneously providing secure and protected withdrawal pathways for the defending garrisons. Blidaru, in its own right, functioned as both a pivotal military outpost and a significant spiritual hub, with compelling archaeological evidence revealing the simultaneous presence of robust fortification structures and elaborate temple complexes. The site's strategic geographical placement afforded it dominion over critical mountain passes, while diligently preserving essential communication conduits with the paramount centers, particularly Sarmizegetusa Regia. Dacian engineers at Bliderou showcased remarkable ingenuity by devising advanced water management systems, meticulously designed to collect and store rainwater within extensive underground networks, thereby guaranteeing a dependable supply of potable water during protracted sieges. The fundamental economic underpinnings of the burgeoning Dacian kingdoms were firmly rooted in highly diversified production systems, which ingeniously combined bountiful agricultural surpluses, methodical mineral extraction, skilled craft manufacturing, and extensive long-distance trade relationships. Dacian agricultural methodologies had undergone a profound transformation, evolving considerably from earlier rudimentary subsistence farming to embrace specialized crop cultivation, sophisticated animal husbandry operations, and advanced food processing techniques, all of which collectively generated substantial marketable surpluses. The inherently fertile valleys of Transylvania proved exceptionally conducive to prolific grain production, with compelling archaeological evidence substantiating the widespread cultivation of staple crops such as wheat, barley, millet, and a diverse array of legumes, which collectively furnished both sustenance for the human populace and essential fodder for livestock. Dacian farmers developed intricate and highly effective crop rotation systems that diligently preserved soil fertility while concurrently maximizing the overall production yields. These advanced agricultural techniques represented a fusion of invaluable indigenous knowledge and innovative practices assimilated through sustained contact with the sophisticated farming traditions of the Mediterranean region. The widespread adoption of iron plowshares, which became a commonplace agricultural implement during the 4th century BC, dramatically augmented agricultural productivity by enabling deeper soil cultivation and significantly more efficient land preparation. Furthermore, Dacian agricultural communities ingeniously crafted specialized implements tailored for the precise tasks of harvesting, processing, and storing grain crops, innovations that effectively diminished labor requirements while simultaneously elevating food quality and extending its preservation. Animal husbandry among the Dacians placed a significant emphasis on the raising of cattle, sheep, goats, and pigs, creatures that collectively furnished a wealth of resources including meat, dairy products, leather, wool, and an assortment of other indispensable materials, catering to both local consumption and broader trade objectives. Dacian herders perfected transhumance practices, a seasonal movement of livestock between different pastures, thereby optimizing grazing opportunities while concurrently alleviating pressure on valuable agricultural lands. The rugged mountainous topography of Dacian territories proved exceptionally well suited for the extensive herding of sheep and goats, with elevated high-altitude pastures offering superb summer grazing, while sheltered valleys provided crucial winter protection. Metalwork stood as the most sophisticated and economically pivotal craft endeavor within Dacian society, with extensive gold and silver mining operations generating the substantial wealth indispensable for sustaining centralized political administrations and maintaining robust military forces. The Apuseni Mountains harbored abundant gold deposits, which Dacian miners expertly exploited through both surface-level extraction and intricate underground shaft operations. Archaeological investigations conducted at sites such as Rocia Montana have unearthed vast ancient mining networks encompassing vertical shafts plunging deep into the earth, horizontal galleries extending far into the rock, and ingenious, sophisticated drainage systems meticulously designed to facilitate deep underground extraction. Dacian mining methodologies were a testament to their resourcefulness, incorporating both inventive indigenous techniques and advanced methods acquired through sustained interactions with Mediterranean civilizations. The innovative practice of fire setting, employed to fracture exceedingly hard rock formations, empowered miners to access rich ore deposits that would have been utterly unattainable using only rudimentary hand tools. This particular technique involved intensely heating rock faces with controlled fires, followed by their rapid cooling with water, a process that induced severe thermal shock fractures, which could then be efficiently exploited with the aid of picks and wedges. Dacian miners also pioneered hydraulic mining methods, skillfully diverting stream water to meticulously wash gold-bearing gravels and effectively separate precious metals from extraneous, worthless material. Silver mining operations within Dacian territories primarily concentrated on lead-silver ore deposits, which inherently demanded more intricate extraction and processing techniques compared to the relatively simpler methods of gold mining. Dacian metallurgists developed sophisticated processes specifically designed to meticulously separate silver from lead through carefully controlled heating and oxidation procedures. These advanced techniques necessitated specialized furnaces capable of reaching extreme temperatures, coupled with precise temperature regulation and a cadre of highly skilled craftsmen who possessed a profound understanding of the complex chemical processes integral to metal purification. The resultant high-quality silver emerged as an exceptionally crucial trade commodity, instrumental in fostering commercial relationships with Greek colonies and other influential Mediterranean civilizations. Trade relationships between the various Dacian kingdoms and the Greek colonies strategically positioned along the Black Sea coast flourished during the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, giving rise to intricate commercial networks that facilitated the exchange of valuable Dacian raw materials for an array of manufactured goods, luxurious items, and significant cultural influences. Greek colonies such as Histria, Tomis, and Calatis served as pivotal intermediary trading centers, effectively connecting Dacian territories with the broader, more expansive Mediterranean commercial systems. Dacian merchants diligently transported coveted gold, lustrous silver, diverse agricultural products, robust livestock, and expertly crafted goods to these bustling coastal markets, receiving in return an assortment of desirable commodities, including fine wine, rich olive oil, exquisite pottery, intricate metalwork, and various other manufactured articles. The gradual establishment of standardized weights and measures significantly streamlined these burgeoning trade relationships by introducing common commercial benchmarks, which in turn substantially reduced transaction costs and mitigated potential disputes. Archaeological evidence unequivocally suggests that Dacian territories judiciously adopted modified versions of Greek commercial standards while concurrently preserving their own indigenous measurement systems for the purpose of localized transactions. This ingenious dual system empowered Dacian merchants to actively and effectively participate in the lucrative arena of international trade, all while meticulously safeguarding and perpetuating traditional commercial practices within their own sovereign territories. The intricate commercial networks and robust political structures that had progressively developed over the preceding centuries, laid a solid and indispensable foundation upon which an extraordinary leader would ultimately erect the first truly unified Dacian state. Around the year 70 BC, a formidable chieftain named Burebista emerged from the venerable traditional power centers nestled within the Oreshti Mountains, bearing ambitions that vastly transcended the confines of the regional kingdoms that had characterized Dacian political organization for countless generations, in stark contrast to his predecessors, who had primarily concentrated their efforts on consolidating control solely within the Carpathian Basin. Burebista harbored a grand vision of a unified Dacian confederation that would exert its dominance across southeastern Europe, stretching majestically from the Black Sea to the vast Pannonian Plain. Burebista's ascent to power transpired during a volatile period marked by escalating external pressures that gravely imperiled traditional Dacian independence. Celtic migrations from the western reaches had introduced novel military techniques and sophisticated political organizations, posing significant challenges to established territorial boundaries, while the inexorable Roman expansion into the Balkans created unprecedented threats to Dacian commercial relationships and fundamental political autonomy. Greek colonies dotted along the Black Sea coast found themselves confronting mounting pressure from both aggressive Roman and Pontic forces, a situation that severely disrupted the vital trade networks that had become absolutely essential to Dacian economic prosperity. These converging and formidable challenges necessitated responses that far exceeded the individual capabilities of separate kingdoms, thereby creating fertile ground and opportune moments for leaders who could eloquently articulate visions of unified resistance and coordinated action. The initial phase of Burebista's ambitious consolidation campaign meticulously focused on firmly securing control over the Dacian territories situated in Transylvania, achieved through a strategic combination of decisive military conquest, shrewd diplomatic negotiation, and astute religious legitimization. Archaeological findings from this pivotal period clearly indicate a surge of significant construction activity at major fortification sites, strongly suggesting that Burebista made substantial investments in bolstering defensive infrastructure, while simultaneously meticulously assembling the formidable military forces necessary for his grand vision of territorial expansion. The comprehensive enhancement of existing fortifications at Sarmizegetusa Regia encompassed the strategic construction of additional formidable defensive walls, the expansion of crucial storage facilities to accommodate growing needs, and the enlargement of residential areas, all specifically designed to comfortably house an increased complement of administrative personnel and military forces. Burebista's strategic military framework expertly blended the venerable Dacian warrior traditions with innovative tactical advancements, significantly amplifying their combat efficacy against a myriad of adversarial forces. While the formidable falx remained the quintessential weapon for Dacian heavy infantry, Burebista's army boasted a diverse array of specialized detachments. These units were outfitted with a variety of armaments, including spears, robust shields, and protective armor, enabling them to engage enemy formations through conventional military stratagems. This judicious military diversification empowered the Dacian legions to dynamically adjust their combat methodologies, tailoring their approaches to the specific exigencies of the battlefield and the distinct capabilities of their adversaries, thereby transcending an exclusive reliance on traditional fighting techniques that might prove insufficient against highly organized and formidable opponents. The sophisticated recruitment apparatus that underpinned Burebista's ambitious military expansion efforts drew comprehensively from the entire Dacian populace. This system was predicated on a series of obligations that artfully merged the time-honored tradition of warrior service with a more formalized and systematic military organizational structure. Young men, typically hailing from agrarian communities, underwent rigorous and extensive training regimes. These programs encompassed proficiency in weapons handling, the intricacies of formation fighting, and the advanced techniques of siege warfare, meticulously transforming them from ad hoc tribal combatants into highly disciplined, professional soldiers. These newly minted professionals were fully capable of enduring prolonged and arduous campaign operations. Such comprehensive military professionalization necessitated a substantial allocation of economic resources, crucial for sustaining the extensive training initiatives, facilitating the mass production of essential equipment, and managing the intricate logistics required to keep these formidable armies actively deployed in the field for protracted durations. Burebista's methodical unification of the disparate Dacian tribes unfolded systematically across the vast and rugged Carpathian region. Each successive integration proved to be a strategic boon, furnishing the burgeoning confederation with invaluable additional resources and a larger pool of manpower, essential for subsequent expansionary endeavors. This intricate process typically commenced with astute diplomatic overtures, which skillfully underscored a shared cultural identity, a commonality in religious beliefs, and the prospective mutual advantages stemming from political collaboration. Tribal chieftains who judiciously chose to align themselves with Burebista's overarching authority were generally permitted to retain a significant degree of autonomy over their local administrative affairs, provided they contributed military forces and periodic tribute payments to the burgeoning Central Confederation. Conversely, those defiant leaders who staunchly resisted faced meticulously coordinated military campaigns, which ingeniously combined direct, overwhelming assaults with potent economic pressures, expertly designed to isolate the opposition forces and foster widespread defection among their erstwhile supporters. The intricate process of integrating former adversaries into Burebista's burgeoning confederation demanded the establishment of highly sophisticated administrative systems. These systems were meticulously designed to adeptly manage a multitude of diverse populations, while simultaneously ensuring the unwavering maintenance of military readiness for sustained expansion. Dacian administrative practices during this transformative epoch skillfully incorporated elements of traditional tribal governance, seamlessly blending them with innovative methodologies that facilitated centralized coordination across the Confederation's vast and expanding territories. While local chieftains maintained their traditional authority over the immediate affairs of their respective communities, all major decisions pertaining to military campaigns, the judicious allocation of critical resources, and the complexities of external relationships necessitated explicit approval from Burebista's central administration, strategically headquartered at the formidable Sarmizegetusa Regia. Religious unification emerged as an exceptionally pivotal component within Burebista's comprehensive consolidation strategy. The cultivation of shared spiritual beliefs provided a robust cultural bedrock for fostering political cooperation among what had previously been a collection of fiercely independent tribes. The esteemed high priest Decebalus rapidly ascended to prominence as Burebista's principal collaborator, instrumental in orchestrating and implementing profound religious reforms. These reforms were meticulously crafted to fortify Dacian cultural identity, while simultaneously legitimizing the newly established centralized political authority. Decebalus possessed an unparalleled and extensive knowledge of traditional Dacian religious practices. Yet he also keenly comprehended the strategic potential of adapting spiritual beliefs to effectively serve political objectives without in any way compromising their fundamental and sacred essence. The profound religious purification campaign, meticulously orchestrated and led by Dacian, encompassed the systematic standardization of ritualistic practices across all territories under Burebista's firm control. This ambitious endeavor culminated in the creation of unified ceremonial traditions, which powerfully reinforced political unity through shared and deeply resonant spiritual experiences. Sacred groves, revered throughout the Dacian territories, received heightened protection and meticulous maintenance, while new religious sites were strategically established at key locations that fulfilled both spiritual and administrative functions. These burgeoning religious centers evolved into vital focal points for periodic gatherings, bringing together representatives from diverse tribal groups. Such convocations fostered invaluable opportunities for political communication and vibrant cultural exchange, thereby significantly strengthening the bonds of the Confederation. Dacian, with resolute conviction, implemented a comprehensive and sweeping prohibition against the consumption of wine, a policy that reflected both his objectives for religious purification and astute practical political considerations. The widespread ban on wine served a multitude of strategic purposes within Burebista's overarching unification strategy. Primarily, it effectively eliminated a significant source of social disruption that had historically contributed to internecine conflicts between various tribal groups. Concurrently, it served as a potent demonstration of the central authority's formidable capacity to regulate personal behavior across the entirety of the vast confederation. Archaeological evidence unearthed from this period compellingly indicates a dramatic and measurable reduction in wine-related artifacts at Dacian sites, strongly suggesting widespread compliance with the prohibition, despite its potential unpopularity among certain segments of the population. The wine prohibition also engendered significant economic ramifications, strategically strengthening Dacian independence from potentially volatile external trade relationships, while vigorously encouraging the development of alternative and domestically produced agricultural products. Dacian farmers, who had previously dedicated their efforts to cultivating grapes for wine production, judiciously redirected their agricultural endeavors toward essential grain crops, the raising of livestock, and other vital agricultural activities. These new priorities were meticulously aligned to support ongoing military campaigns and sustain the demands of a growing population. This strategic agricultural reorientation substantially reduced Dacian reliance on imported wine, simultaneously fostering surplus production that was critical for supporting larger military forces and the expanding administrative structures of the Confederation. The profound strengthening of cultural identity under the joint leadership of Burebista and Dacian involved the enthusiastic promotion of distinctly Dacian artistic traditions, unique architectural styles, and sophisticated craft techniques. These elements served to clearly differentiate the Confederation's members from neighboring peoples. Dacian metalworkers, through their exceptional skill, developed increasingly intricate and sophisticated decorative techniques, seamlessly incorporating traditional geometric patterns with novel artistic elements that that celebrated military victories and political achievements. These artistic developments created powerful visual symbols of Dacian identity, which in turn reinforced political loyalty and simultaneously showcased the cultural sophistication of the Confederation to external observers. The subsequent territorial expansion, which dynamically followed the successful Dacian unification, proceeded along multiple strategic axes simultaneously. Burebista's formidable forces launched meticulously coordinated campaigns against Celtic tribes situated to the west, various Thracian groups dwelling to the south, and numerous prosperous Greek settlements dotting the Black Sea coast. The formidable task of conquering neighboring Celtic territories necessitated the deployment of military strategies distinctly different from those employed against Dacian tribes. Celtic warriors, with their unique array of weapons, distinct tactical approaches, and robust fortification techniques, demanded highly adaptive and nuanced responses from Burebista's forces. Celtic settlements typically featured extensive and formidable earthwork defenses, further encircled by imposing timber palisades, rendering them resilient against direct frontal assaults, but notably vulnerable to sophisticated siege warfare techniques. Dacian military engineers, renowned for their ingenuity, developed highly specialized siege equipment meticulously designed to effectively overcome the formidable Celtic fortifications, while simultaneously minimizing casualties among the attacking forces. These advanced siege techniques skillfully incorporated elements of Mediterranean military engineering, knowledge that Dacian forces had acquired through their interactions with Greek colonies and observations of Roman military operations within the region. The intricate construction of towering siege towers, powerful battering rams, and formidable catapult devices demanded the expertise of skilled craftsmen and a significant commitment of material resources. However, these substantial investments proved invaluable, enabling Dacian forces to systematically reduce fortified positions that would have been impregnable using traditional, less sophisticated assault methods. The integration of conquered Celtic territories into Burebista's confederation meticulously adhered to the established patterns perfected during the initial Dacian unification process. Local leaders who opted to submit peacefully were generally permitted to retain their authority over their respective communities, whereas those who defiantly resisted faced the swift and decisive replacement by Dacian administrators. Celtic populations possessed invaluable skills in metalwork, agriculture, and trade, which significantly enhanced the Confederation's economic capabilities. Moreover, Celtic warriors who accepted Dacian authority provided additional, much-needed military manpower for subsequent expansion campaigns. The Thracian campaigns presented a distinct set of challenges, primarily because these populations shared profound cultural and linguistic connections with the Dacians, which inherently complicated both military and political relationships. Some Thracian tribes, in a nuanced interpretation, viewed Dacian expansion as a form of liberation from foreign oppression, while others, conversely, regarded it as a conquest perpetrated by distant relatives who had, in their estimation, abandoned traditional ways of life. Burebista's forces, therefore, needed to meticulously distinguish between Thracian groups that could be integrated through skillful negotiation and those that unequivocally required military conquest. A complex process that demanded highly sophisticated intelligence gathering and exceptional diplomatic prowess. The successful conquest of Thracian territories strategically provided Burebista's confederation with invaluable access to crucial trade routes, effectively connecting the mighty Danube River with the Aegean Sea. This expansion dramatically broadened Dacian commercial opportunities, while concurrently reducing their dependence on the often precarious Black Sea coastal trade. Thracian agricultural techniques, particularly their expertise in wine production and sophisticated livestock management, offered valuable knowledge that could be judiciously adapted to Dacian environmental conditions, notwithstanding the religious prohibition on wine consumption. Furthermore, the integration of Thracian populations yielded linguistic and cultural intermediaries who could effectively facilitate diplomatic relationships with other Thracian groups and the influential Greek cities of the region. The Greek cities situated along the western coastline of the Black Sea presented the most formidable adversaries to Dacian expansion, primarily due to their advanced defensive fortifications, well-trained professional armies, and the potential for substantial backing from powerful external entities, notably the Roman Republic and various Hellenistic monarchies. These Hellenic colonies had meticulously cultivated extensive commercial networks, furnishing them with a wealth of resources and military assistance that far surpassed the independent capabilities of any individual city. Consequently, any assault on these cities necessitated meticulous planning and intricate strategic coordination, specifically designed to preclude them from receiving vital external reinforcements during protracted siege operations. Burebistas' military campaigns against these Greek urban centers masterfully integrated both terrestrial and maritime maneuvers, effectively isolating the target settlements, while simultaneously preventing any possibility of escape or resupply via the sea. Dacian forces ingeniously constructed temporary naval vessels, utilizing readily available local timber, and repurposed captured Greek ships to assemble impromptu fleets. These improvised flotillas were then deployed to blockade harbors and intercept crucial supply convoys. Such naval endeavors demanded that Dacian warriors acquire proficiency in unfamiliar combat techniques and navigation skills, unequivocally showcasing the Confederation's remarkable adaptability and impressive learning capacity under Burebista's astute leadership. The successful subjugation of Greek cities granted Dacian forces invaluable access to sophisticated military technologies. This included advanced siege engines, specialized naval equipment, and refined metallurgical techniques, all of which significantly augmented their capabilities for subsequent military undertakings. Greek artisans and engineers who survived the conquest frequently found themselves pressed into Dacian service, thereby contributing their specialized knowledge to the Confederation's military and economic advancement. This strategic integration of Greek technical acumen with traditional Dacian skills fostered the creation of hybrid technologies that demonstrably outshone the capabilities of either individual tradition. Diplomatic relations between Burebista's burgeoning confederation and the mighty Roman Republic evolved during a tumultuous epoch marked by intense civil strife within the Roman state. This period presented both auspicious opportunities and perilous dangers for Dacian foreign policy. Rome's relentless expansion into the Balkan Peninsula had inevitably brought Roman legions into direct proximity with Dacian territories, thereby establishing a fertile ground for potential collaboration or conflict, contingent upon the specific circumstances and the personalities involved. The protracted Roman civil wars afforded Burebista strategic openings to exert influence over Roman politics through judicious and selective support for various competing factions. However, these calculated interventions also carried the inherent risk of provoking severe Roman retaliation, irrespective of which faction ultimately emerged victorious. Burebista's involvement in these Roman internal conflicts underscored a profound understanding of Roman political intricacies and a shrewd strategic appraisal of the potential advantages and perils associated with different policy choices. The Dacian monarch astutely recognized that Roman internal dissensions created fleeting vulnerabilities that could be exploited to advance Dacian interests. Yet he simultaneously comprehended that Roman military prowess remained formidable, even amidst periods of profound political instability. Therefore, Dacian diplomatic strategy prudently emphasized a measured degree of involvement, meticulously calibrated to influence Roman conduct, without inadvertently instigating an overwhelming and destructive retaliation. The rapport between Burebista and Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, commonly known as Pompey the Great, was cultivated through a network of intermediaries who astutely recognized their shared interests in opposing the escalating power of Gaius Julius Caesar within the Roman Republic. Pompey's extensive dominion over the eastern Mediterranean territories naturally aligned with Dacian aspirations for maintaining independence from Roman expansion. Conversely, Burebista's formidable military forces represented a potential ally capable of threatening Caesar's strategic positions in Gaul and Germania. Archaeological evidence from this period strongly suggests a marked increase in diplomatic activity between Dacian territories and Roman-controlled regions, signifying regular and structured communication between the two potentates. Burebista's prospective support for Pompey against Caesar necessitated intricate negotiations concerning military aid, territorial arrangements, and the framework for post-war political relationships that would govern future interactions between Dacian and Roman domains. These intricate diplomatic deliberations required Dacian representatives to skillfully navigate the sophisticated complexities of Roman political protocols while diligently safeguarding essential Dacian interests and maintaining crucial flexibility in response to evolving circumstances. The shocking assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BC dramatically reconfigured the strategic landscape, effectively eliminating immediate threats to Dacian independence while simultaneously ushering in new uncertainties regarding future Roman policies towards southeastern Europe. The assassination of Burebista, also in 44 BC, precipitated an immediate and profound succession crisis that gravely imperiled the vast confederation he had painstakingly spent decades constructing. The precise circumstances surrounding his demise remain shrouded in the mists of historical uncertainty, with various ancient sources positing diverse motives and attributing blame to different perpetrators. Strabo, for instance, alludes to internal opposition from Dacian nobles who bristled under his centralized authority, while other accounts suggest external adversaries who recognized that the elimination of Burebista represented the most efficacious means of debilitating Dacian power. Irrespective of the specific details, his death occurred at a critically vulnerable juncture when the Confederation urgently required resolute leadership to preserve unity among the disparate tribal groups that had only recently been integrated under a singular central authority. Dacianus emerged from this ensuing political maelstrom as both a logical and indispensable successor to Burebista's authority, although his ascent to power diverged significantly from that of his predecessor. Unlike Burebista, who had achieved preeminence primarily through military conquest and astute political maneuvering, Dacianus possessed a profound religious authority that furnished alternative wellsprings of legitimacy among the Dacian populace. His esteemed role as the high priest of the Zalmoxian cult had established him as Burebista's most trusted advisor and collaborator in the implementation of religious reforms that had profoundly strengthened Dacian cultural identity throughout the Confederation. This robust religious foundation empowered Dacian to assert authority based on divine sanction rather than purely secular power, thereby forging a distinct yet equally effective basis for political control. The Regency period, commencing around 44 BC, signified a fundamental transformation in Dacian governance, shifting from a predominantly military leadership paradigm towards a more intricate system that seamlessly integrated religious, legal, and administrative authority under a unified direction. Dacian sagely recognized that preserving the Confederation's unity demanded more than mere military might or charismatic leadership. It necessitated the establishment of enduring institutional structures capable of outliving individual leaders and providing vital continuity across generational transitions. His approach to governance underscored the imperative development of formal legal codes, standardized religious practices, and comprehensive administrative procedures that would forge lasting foundations for Dacian political organization. Dacian confronted immediate challenges from tribal leaders who had submitted to Burebista's formidable military power, but now questioned the authority of a priest-king who ostensibly lacked comparable martial credentials. Several peripheral territories audaciously attempted to reassert their independence following Burebista's death, calculating that religious authority alone could not compel obedience from populations accustomed to warrior leadership. These formidable challenges compelled Dacian to demonstrate conclusively that his innovative governance model could effectively maintain territorial integrity and military efficacy while simultaneously providing superior administrative services that unequivocally justified centralized authority. The profound religious legitimacy that Dacian brought to Dacian leadership empowered him to implement far-reaching reforms that would have been utterly unattainable under a purely secular authority. His deep and comprehensive understanding of Zalmoxian theology furnished him with sophisticated arguments for political obedience rooted in divine will rather than human coercion. Dacian populations, who might have vehemently resisted secular administrative demands, readily accepted similar requirements when they were presented as sacred religious obligations deemed essential for spiritual purification and the attainment of divine favor. This pervasive religious framework transmuted potentially contentious political reforms into hallowed duties that carried both immediate temporal and eternal consequences for compliance or resistance. The meticulous codification of Dacian laws under Dacian represented the inaugural systematic endeavor to establish unified legal standards across the entirety of the Confederation's vast territory. Prior legal practices had exhibited considerable variation among the diverse tribal groups, with each community staunchly upholding its own customary laws and judicial procedures that faithfully reflected local traditions and specific historical circumstances. This inherent legal diversity had engendered administrative complexities and jurisdictional conflicts that significantly undermined Confederation unity, particularly in instances involving disputes between members of different tribal groups or communities situated near territorial boundaries. Dacian approached legal codification through a painstaking synthesis of existing tribal laws, rather than arbitrarily imposing entirely new legal frameworks that might have provoked widespread resistance from traditional communities. His erudite legal scholars conducted extensive surveys of customary practices throughout Dacian territories, meticulously identifying common principles and procedures that could serve as robust foundations for unified legal codes. In instances where tribal practices conflicted, Decebalus meticulously established standardized procedures that ingeniously incorporated elements from multiple traditions, while concurrently emphasizing overarching principles derived from Zalmoxian religious teachings concerning justice, community responsibility, and divine judgment. The resulting comprehensive legal code meticulously addressed fundamental issues such as property rights, inheritance procedures, criminal justice, and commercial relationships, matters that had previously been governed by inconsistent and often contradictory local practices. The consistent local practices that had once varied across the region were systematically addressed and refined. Under the comprehensive Dacian Code, property law was meticulously articulated, establishing unequivocal procedures for land ownership, specifying resource extraction rights, and demarcating territorial boundaries with precision. These innovations markedly diminished internecine conflicts between disparate communities, simultaneously furnishing robust legal frameworks essential for sustained economic development. Furthermore, the inheritance laws introduced standardized protocols for the seamless transfer of both property and political authority across successive generations, thereby mitigating the succession disputes that had historically been a significant catalyst for political instability. The criminal justice procedures embedded within this novel legal code pivoted toward restorative justice, prioritizing restitution for victims and mandating community service from offenders, rather than solely punitive measures. This approach profoundly reflected the deeply held Zalmoxian beliefs concerning spiritual redemption and the imperative of social harmony. While egregious crimes that imperiled community safety or religious purity could indeed lead to severe repercussions, including exile or even death, the majority of transgressions necessitated that perpetrators adequately compensate their victims and actively engage in community service, thereby demonstrating a genuine commitment to social rehabilitation. These nuanced justice procedures, skillfully wove in traditional Dacian concepts of honor and shame, while concurrently providing systematic and equitable methods for resolving disputes and assiduously maintaining the societal order. The codification of commercial law meticulously addressed the intricate web of trade relationships that had burgeoned across the Confederation, instituting standardized weights, measures, and currency systems. These uniform standards not only significantly facilitated long-distance commerce, but also diligently safeguarded local merchants from potentially fraudulent practices. The legal code explicitly delineated procedures for contract enforcement, debt collection, and the impartial resolution of commercial disputes, empowering merchants to conduct their operations with unwavering confidence across diverse tribal boundaries, free from the apprehension of arbitrary legal decisions or inconsistent judicial procedures. Such comprehensive commercial protections actively fostered robust economic development, simultaneously generating vital tax revenues that underpinned the Confederation's administrative infrastructure and military expenditures. The profound strengthening of the Zalmoxian cult under the astute leadership of Dacian encompassed both significant theological development and extensive institutional expansion, fundamentally transforming traditional Dacian religious practices into sophisticated systems capable of buttressing complex political and social organizations. While Zalmoxian theology had previously concentrated primarily on individual spiritual development and fostering personal relationships with divine forces, Dacian strategically cultivated the communal dimensions of religious practice, These communal aspects effectively reinforced social bonds and solidified political loyalty among the Confederation's diverse membership. These theological innovations judiciously preserved traditional spiritual beliefs while skillfully adapting them to serve the pragmatic exigencies of large-scale political organization. The religious institutional expansion, spearheaded by Dacian, notably included the establishment of formal priesthood hierarchies. These structured hierarchies were designed to provide consistent religious services across all Confederation territories while rigorously maintaining doctrinal consistency and ensuring seamless administrative coordination. Local priests received rigorous and standardized training at centralized religious schools, which ensured uniformity in theological knowledge and ritualistic procedures. This systematic approach cultivated professional religious classes capable of fulfilling both spiritual and critical administrative functions within their respective communities. These highly trained priests emerged as indispensable intermediaries between the central authority and the local populations, adeptly articulating government policies in religiously resonant terms, while simultaneously reporting local concerns and prevailing conditions back to central administrators. The strategic development of sacred sites during the Dacian period involved both the extensive enhancement of pre-existing religious locations and the ambitious creation of entirely new ceremonial centers, each serving critical confederation-wide religious and political functions. Sarmizegetusa Regia, in particular, underwent extensive religious construction, a monumental undertaking that transformed it into the preeminent pilgrimage destination for Dacian populations spanning the entire Confederation. Archaeological evidence from this era compellingly indicates the construction of multiple elaborate temple complexes, expansive ceremonial plazas, and comprehensive residential facilities, meticulously designed to accommodate vast numbers of religious visitors during major festivals and significant ceremonies. The sacred calendar, meticulously established by Dacian, instituted regular occasions for Confederation-wide religious observances. These pivotal events brought together representatives from all tribal groups and territorial regions, fostering a profound sense of unity. These religious festivals served a multifaceted purpose, functioning simultaneously as fervent spiritual celebrations, crucial political gatherings, and vibrant commercial opportunities. Through these shared experiences and mutual interactions, the Confederation's unity was profoundly strengthened. The precise timing of these major festivals was carefully orchestrated to correspond with significant agricultural seasons and celestial astronomical events that possessed deep traditional significance, while also incorporating novel elements that commemorated the Confederation's achievements and celebrated its newfound political cohesion. The innovative theocratic governance elements introduced by Dacian represented highly sophisticated endeavors to seamlessly integrate religious authority with the practical demands of administration, without compromising either spiritual authenticity or governmental effectiveness. Religious councils, carefully composed of senior priests drawn from various regions, provided invaluable advisory services to political administrators, while scrupulously maintaining their independence in matters purely spiritual. This judicious separation of religious and political spheres meticulously prevented potential conflicts between secular and sacred authority, simultaneously ensuring that governmental policies consistently remained in harmony with cherished Dacian religious values and profound cultural traditions. The architectural achievements realized during Dacianus's reign were a powerful testament to both pragmatic defensive necessities and eloquent symbolic expressions of Dacian cultural sophistication. These monumental constructions conspicuously demonstrated the Confederation's formidable capabilities to both its internal populace and external observers. Construction projects undertaken during this period were characterized by their monumental scale and groundbreaking technical innovation, unequivocally showcasing Dacian engineering prowess, while simultaneously fulfilling vital practical functions related to defense, administration, and religious observance. These ambitious building programs necessitated meticulously coordinated labor forces, highly specialized technical skills, and substantial material resources, all of which undeniably highlighted the Confederation's exceptional organizational capabilities and robust economic strength. Improvements in defensive architecture were singularly focused on enhancing existing fortification systems, concurrently developing novel construction techniques designed to provide superior protection against the continually evolving military threats of the era. The Murus Daciacus construction method, a hallmark of Dacian engineering, reached its zenith of development during the Dacianese period. Engineers meticulously perfected intricate stone-fitting techniques and advanced structural engineering principles, resulting in the creation of defensive walls that were virtually impregnable. These formidable fortifications incorporated highly sophisticated features, including multiple defensive lines, strategically concealed sally ports for surprise sorties, extensive underground storage facilities to sustain garrisons, and integrated water management systems capable of ensuring survival during prolonged sieges. The development of sacred architecture during this period culminated in some of the most sophisticated religious structures in ancient Europe, seamlessly blending traditional Dacian building techniques with innovative advancements that reflected an increased technical knowledge and a refined aesthetic sophistication. Temple construction at Sarmizegetusa Regia and other significant religious centers incorporated precise astronomical alignments, intentionally connecting religious ceremonies with celestial events, thereby demonstrating the Dacian people's profound astronomical knowledge. These awe-inspiring religious edifices featured complex stonemasonry, ingenious wooden framework systems, and intricate decorative elements, culminating in impressive architectural compositions perfectly suited for major religious and political ceremonies. The impressive engineering achievements accomplished under the sagacious leadership of Dacianus notably included the development of sophisticated water management systems, which guaranteed reliable water supplies for major settlements and simultaneously fostered agricultural development in areas previously considered marginal. Dacian engineers pioneered innovative techniques for constructing subterranean aqueducts, intricate storage systems, and comprehensive distribution networks, capable of delivering water across significant distances and navigating considerable elevation changes. These ambitious hydraulic engineering projects demanded precise surveying, advanced construction methodologies, and ongoing meticulous maintenance, unequivocally demonstrating the Confederation's remarkable capabilities for large-scale infrastructure development. Furthermore, road construction during the Dacianese period established significantly improved communication and transportation networks. These vital arteries not only seamlessly connected the major centers of the Confederation, but also conferred substantial military advantages, enabling rapid troop movement and facilitating strategic coordination. Dacian road builders skillfully adapted established Roman engineering techniques to the unique local terrain conditions, thereby creating resilient transportation systems that could function effectively even in challenging mountainous environments, while requiring minimal maintenance. These robust roads facilitated both critical military operations and burgeoning commercial activities, which collectively fortified the Confederation's unity and spurred its economic development. The profound fragmentation that commenced following Dacianus's death, occurring around 27 BC, was fundamentally a consequence of inherent structural weaknesses within the Confederation system. These vulnerabilities had been skillfully masked by his exceptional leadership capabilities and his pervasive religious authority. Unlike Burebista, whose military charisma had established clear expectations for succession, Dacianus's unique theocratic leadership model inadvertently created ambiguous succession procedures, thereby enabling multiple claimants to assert ostensibly legitimate authority claims. The very integration of religious and political authority, which had been a formidable source of strength for Dacianus's governance, ironically transformed into a significant source of instability when no single successor possessed comparable credentials in both crucial spheres. Regional leaders, who had willingly accepted centralized authority under the umbrella of Dacianus's religious legitimacy, began to reassert their traditional tribal autonomy when confronted with profound succession uncertainty and the emergence of competing authority claims. The Confederation's vast territorial extent had, by this point, expanded beyond the capacity of any single leader to maintain direct personal control, thereby creating opportune circumstances for ambitious regional commanders to establish independent power bases. These inherent centrifugal forces, which threatened to tear the Confederation apart, had been effectively contained by Dacianus's unparalleled religious authority and his ingenious administrative innovations. However, his demise regrettably removed the deeply personal bonds and unifying presence that had held such diverse populations together under a singular, unified leadership. The rise of numerous Dacian kingdoms, following the disintegration of their former confederation, engendered a labyrinthine geopolitical tableau that would profoundly predetermine southeastern European politics for the ensuing 100 years. The sprawling territories once united under the Confederation bifurcated geographically and ethnically as various chieftains and potentates established autonomous realms. While these new entities diligently preserved their distinct Dacian cultural identity, they simultaneously pursued divergent political agendas and military ambitions. These successor kingdoms, though now operating independently, nevertheless retained a significant portion of the administrative, legal, and religious advancements initially introduced during the influential eras of Burebista and Dacianus. However, they were bereft of the concerted might that had once rendered the unified Confederation a preeminent regional power, capable of wielding considerable influence over Roman politics and broader Mediterranean affairs. This profound political fragmentation, catalyzed by Dacianus's demise, thus ushered in a profoundly reshaped strategic environment, one destined to mold the intricate tapestry of Roman-Dacian relations for the subsequent century. Augustus, having triumphed decisively in the brutal civil wars that had shattered the Roman Republic, was consequently bequeathed an intricate predicament along the expansive Danube frontier. Here, a multiplicity of Dacian kingdoms now held sway over domains that had previously been consolidated under Burebista's formidable confederation. The newly enthroned emperor thus confronted the arduous task of forging enduring diplomatic ties with these disparate Dacian polities, all while diligently safeguarding Roman prerogatives within a region that had demonstrably grown to be of escalating significance for both imperial security and the burgeoning economic prosperity of Rome. The initial years of Augustus's imperial tenure were notably characterized by a circumspect strategy regarding Dacian affairs, a posture that stemmed from both inherent Roman military limitations and the volatile, uncertain political situation prevailing north of the Danube. At this juncture, Roman forces were still actively firming their grip on recently acquired territories in Pannonia and Moesia, a process that imposed significant logistical constraints and effectively precluded extensive military campaigns against the various Dacian kingdoms. Simultaneously, the disaggregated character of Dacian political authority rendered it particularly challenging for Roman diplomats to discern trustworthy interlocutors who could genuinely represent substantial territorial regions or reliably ensure adherence to treaty obligations across numerous disparate tribal groups. Consequently, Rome's nascent diplomatic endeavors initially centered upon establishing tributary relationships with individual Dacian kingdoms. This was achieved through a tripartite strategy encompassing coercive military pressure, material economic inducements, and formal political recognition, all designed to establish protective cordons along the vital Danube frontier. Roman governors stationed in Moesia and Pannonia regularly dispatched frequent diplomatic envoys to the various Dacian courts, extending imperial safeguards against rival kingdoms. In return, they sought tribute payments, military assistance, and acquiescence to Roman arbitration in certain territorial disputes. These early agreements typically represented provisional understandings from both sides, primarily because neither the Romans nor the Dacians yet possessed a sufficient paucity of insight into each other's true capabilities and long-term intentions to risk more expansive binding accords. The myriad Dacian kingdoms that arose from the ashes of the Confederation's fragmentation adopted divergent approaches concerning Roman expansion. Some leaders, pragmatically, were endeavoring to conciliate with the burgeoning imperial power, while others steadfastly maintained a fierce autonomy that intermittently culminated in cross-border conflicts. Kingdoms situated in closer proximity to Roman domains generally espoused more conciliatory stances, cognizant that their immediate vicinity to Roman garrisons rendered overt defiance potentially ruinous. In stark contrast, realms situated further afield, particularly those controlling the rugged mountainous regions of Transylvania, upheld their ancestral sovereignty, albeit diligently scrutinizing Roman activities and erecting precautionary fortifications against potential future expansion. Frontier altercations during the Augustan period were generally characterized by relatively small-scale raids and counter-raids. These engagements reflected both unplanned predatory incursions and a systematic, deliberate probing of enemy capabilities and responses. Dacian warbands periodically transgressed the Danube for the purpose of plundering Roman settlements in Moesia, coveting cattle, human chattel, and movable riches, all while judiciously eschewing pitched battles with regular Roman military units. These recurrent incursions, however, fulfilled a multiplicity of objectives transcending mere brigandage. They furnished critical reconnaissance regarding Roman defensive arrangements along the frontier, allowing Dacian strategists to glean vital information. Furthermore, they effectively evaluated the swiftness and efficacy of Roman reactions and capabilities, providing a practical assessment of imperial strength. Crucially, these raids also served to perpetuate martial customs and invigorate warrior traditions among the Dacian populace, who had, during the Confederation period, become habituated to incessant martial engagements and a lifestyle deeply intertwined with military prowess. Roman military responses to these Dacian incursions rigorously adhered to ingrained frontier management protocols that consistently prioritized swift reprisal alongside concurrent diplomatic overtures, specifically aimed at averting a broader conflagration. Roman commanders, as a standard practice, dispatched retaliatory sorties that crossed the Danube to target Dacian communities deemed responsible for the raids, primarily seizing captives and cattle. Crucially, they meticulously eschewed direct clashes with substantial Dacian formations, understanding that such engagements might easily metamorphose circumscribed punitive measures into outright hostilities. These Roman counter-raids not only powerfully showcased the empire's martial prowess, but also afforded invaluable chances to glean insights into Dacian political relationships, their intricate military organization, and the prevailing territorial control patterns across the region. The forging of client-state affiliations between Rome and the various Dacian kingdoms necessitated meticulous deliberation over terms that judiciously harmonized imperial security imperatives with the Dacian desire for self-governance and their intricate domestic political currents. Roman client arrangements customarily entailed official endorsement of Dacian royal authority. In quid pro quo, the Dacians were expected to provide tribute payments, fulfill stipulations for martial aid, and acquiesce to Roman arbitration in territorial disputes with neighboring kingdoms. These meticulously crafted agreements furnished Rome with strategic protective territories, effectively creating buffer zones against more distant, potentially hostile threats. Concurrently, they granted amenable Dacian potentates recourse to imperial martial backing, valuable in safeguarding their authority against internal rivals or external challenges to their territorial claims. The nuanced task of client relationship management posed persistent difficulties for both Roman administrators and Dacian rulers alike, as each party was compelled to reconcile divergent exigencies and expectations while diligently cultivating internal political consensus. Roman governors, for their part, emphatically demanded consistent tributary remittances, expeditious martial aid when requested, and unwavering collaboration with Roman strategic objectives. These imperial aims, however, frequently threatened to be at variance with ingrained Dacian customs or ethnological norms. Conversely, Dacian client rulers often contended with internal dissent from traditionalist factions who vehemently perceived collaboration with Rome as an egregious cultural apostasy. Yet these very rulers concurrently relied on imperial backing to effectively maintain their authority against rival claimants to their thrones or hostile neighboring kingdoms. The reign of Tiberius was notably marked by escalating friction along the Danube frontier as the Dacian kingdoms commenced rebounding from the systemic disarray that had ensued after the Confederation's dramatic collapse. During this period, several Dacian rulers embarked upon ambitious campaigns of territorial unification, explicitly designed to forge more substantial political agglomerations. The underlying aim was to enable these entities to more robustly withstand imperial coercion and to prosecute autonomous diplomatic agendas. These consolidation efforts, however, unavoidably engendered internecine strife between rival Dacian kingdoms. Such conflicts, while presenting avenues for imperial involvement and manipulation, concurrently fostered more formidable and expansive Dacian polities, which, by their very nature, presented magnified perils to Roman interests. Dacia Paneas rose to prominence during this epoch as a particularly efficacious Dacian leader within the territorial consolidation process. He successfully asserted dominion over substantial swathes of Transylvania, employing a multifaceted strategy encompassing martial subjugation, astute diplomatic pacts, and strategic matrimonial bonds that effectively reconstituted conduits of collaboration among formerly independent kingdoms. Concomitantly, archaeological evidence unearthed from major Dacian sites during this period points to a resurgence in building endeavors and heightened martial readiness, strongly implying concerted strategic foresight among allied kingdoms. Notably, fortification improvements at key locations, such as Kostest, Cetatsuie, and Piatra Roșis, integrated novel protective elements. These enhancements demonstrably reflected a synthesis of indigenous Dacian architectural ingenuity and sophisticated advancements gleaned from observing Roman military construction. The military organization that Dacia Paneas meticulously forged represented a sophisticated synthesis of traditional Dacian warrior culture, with disciplined instruction and uniform armaments. This strategic overhaul cultivated more formidable combat units, adept at prolonged engagements against the professional Roman armies. Dacian military reforms during this pivotal period notably prioritized enhanced defensive plating, uniformed arms manufacturing, and synchronized battle arrays. These innovations were designed to effectively leverage inherent Dacian strengths in mountainous terrain while simultaneously imparting superior efficacy in unhindered combat environments. While the iconic falx persisted as the emblematic arm of Dacian heavy infantry, military units now comprised dedicated contingents outfitted with lances, bucklers, and defensive accoutrements, capable of confronting Roman legions employing established martial methodologies. Roman intelligence gathering concerning Dacian military developments depended substantially upon data furnished by client rulers, itinerant merchants, and established diplomatic missions. These sources provided consistent dispatches detailing shifts in governance, ongoing martial readiness, and contentious land claims throughout the various Dacian regions. Such extensive intelligence networks empowered Roman strategists to meticulously track nascent perils, while simultaneously discerning opportune moments for imperial diplomatic engagement, thereby aiming to forestall the emergence of antagonistic alliances or their attainment of substantial martial potency. Beyond these indirect channels, Roman intelligence operations also encompassed covert exploratory forays, which transgressed the Danube to scrutinize Dacian fortifications, evaluate martial capacities, and forge connections with prospective confederates or clandestine sources within Dacian territories. The steady consolidation of Dacian lands under influential figures such as Dacia Paneas progressively generated intricate diplomatic predicaments. These circumstances compelled Roman policymakers to meticulously balance divergent strategic objectives, all while contending with finite military assets and prevailing political constraints. Offering support to weaker Dacian polities against more powerful neighbors might indeed avert a dangerous amalgamation of power, yet it simultaneously risked engendering perpetual commitments for military intervention that could easily surpass Rome's operational capacities or political willingness. Conversely, acquiescing to Dacian unification, though potentially simplifying administrative complexities, carried the inherent risk of fostering more formidable potential adversaries capable of imperiling Roman territorial integrity and vital economic interests. The commercial ties between Rome and the Dacian kingdoms blossomed through a multitude of avenues, encompassing both formally sanctioned trade agreements and dynamic, informal mercantile networks. These networks seamlessly traversed territorial boundaries, often thriving despite underlying political tensions. A steady stream of Dacian gold and silver continued its journey into Roman marketplaces, channeled through various intermediaries and commercial conduits. In return, Roman manufactured articles, fine wines, and luxurious commodities discovered eager buyers among the Dacian aristocracy, who were keen to display their affluence and refined cultural tastes. Such robust commercial interdependencies fostered mutual reliance, furnishing compelling incentives for peaceful coexistence, while concurrently generating substantial economic wherewithal that could, paradoxically, fuel military preparations on both sides. The strategic dominion over the Danube River crossings escalated into an increasingly contentious matter, as both Roman and Dacian domains expanded their commercial and martial endeavors throughout the region. These pivotal riverine transit points afforded indispensable access for trade routes, military maneuvers, and diplomatic communications, rendering their command paramount for both defensive fortifications and offensive strategic designs. Roman military engineers meticulously constructed formidable fortified bridgeheads at critical crossing locations, while Dacian forces, in a symmetrical response, established their own corresponding defensive emplacements, poised to challenge any Roman river crossing attempts during anticipated future hostilities. The stipulations for tribute payments continually ignited friction between Roman administrators and Dacian client rulers. These local potentates frequently encountered vigorous domestic opposition to such remittances, which a significant portion of the Dacian populace perceived as demeaning capitulations to foreign suzerainty. Consequently, the quantum and modalities of these tribute obligations necessitated meticulous negotiation, aiming to reconcile Roman fiscal imperatives with Dacian capabilities for payment and their internal political palatability. Roman insistence upon tribute rendered in gold and silver created particular hardships for Dacian kingdoms, as these precious metals were indispensable for their own monetary frameworks and crucial international trade relationships. The imperial tenure of Claudius heralded a momentous recalibration in Roman frontier doctrine. Imperial expansionist ambitions pivoted increasingly towards solidifying command over territories proximal to the Danube frontier, concurrently developing more methodical strategies for managing relationships with diverse barbarian groups. Claudius's successful subjugation of Britain unequivocally showcased Rome's formidable capacity for large-scale military undertakings. Yet this endeavor also absorbed substantial military assets. This diversion of resources inherently curtailed options for concurrent expansion in southeastern Europe. This strategic reorientation, therefore, inadvertently created propitious circumstances for Dacian kingdoms to bolster their positions without immediately confronting direct Roman military pressure. Dacian military endeavors during the Claudian era evinced a burgeoning conviction that Roman expansion could be effectively thwarted through judicious defensive planning and synchronized resistance initiatives. Archaeological investigations furnish compelling evidence of considerable investment in the construction and enhancement of fortifications across Dacian territories. A particular emphasis was placed on strongholds commanding crucial mountain passes and river crossings, deemed indispensable for repelling any Roman invasion attempts. These elaborate defensive preparations ingeniously incorporated tactical insights gleaned from observing Roman siege warfare methodologies, while simultaneously capitalizing on traditional Dacian advantages inherent in their mountainous topography, which inherently favored defensive operations. The burgeoning development of Dacian diplomatic liaisons with other barbarian peoples fostered potential alliance networks. These intricate webs of relationships held the capacity to complicate Roman strategic formulations, while simultaneously furnishing Dacian kingdoms with supplementary military and economic wherewithal. Dacian sovereigns assiduously cultivated contacts with Germanic tribes situated along the northern reaches of the Danube, Sarmatian communities inhabiting the eastern plains, and various Thracian factions that had steadfastly preserved their autonomy from Roman dominion. These astute diplomatic overtures were fundamentally designed to forge coordinated resistance coalitions, thereby precluding Roman forces from concentrating overwhelming military superiority against isolated targets. Roman rejoinders to Dacian diplomatic endeavors encompassed both overt military intimidation and shrewd counter-diplomatic maneuvers. These efforts were meticulously orchestrated to impede the formation of hostile coalitions or to neutralize their military efficacy. Roman commanders regularly executed periodic military demonstrations along the Danube frontier, serving as a stark reminder to potential adversaries of imperial military might, while concurrently affording opportunities to appraise barbarian military readiness and their existing alliance structures. Concurrently, Roman diplomats exerted considerable effort to sustain existing client relationships and to sow discord among potential enemies through the judicious and selective dispensation of inducements, veiled threats, and political recognition. The epoch of Nero's reign bore witness to a palpable surge in Dacian confidence and a pronounced expansion of their territorial influence. This increasingly assertive posture brought Dacian forces into more frequent and direct engagement with Roman frontier defenses. Dacian military operations during this period were multifaceted, encompassing both traditional raiding forays and more systematic campaigns of territorial conquest. These aggressive actions directly challenged established Roman client relationships and posed a tangible menace to imperial territorial security. The successes achieved by Dacian forces during this time reflected a dual reality. Both their enhanced military organization and Rome's preoccupation with other pressing imperial priorities, which consequently diminished the resources available for securing the Danube frontier. Domitian's ascension to the imperial purple in 81 AD inaugurated a decidedly more aggressive Roman stance concerning Dacian affairs, a posture that would inexorably culminate in direct military confrontation. The newly enthroned emperor grappled with considerable domestic political pressures, rendering military triumphs absolutely essential for buttressing his imperial authority. Concurrently, Dacian territorial expansion, spearheaded by increasingly adept leadership, constituted an escalating threat to Roman strategic interests, a peril that could no longer be dismissed or managed solely through diplomatic overtures. The stage was irrevocably set for the epical military clash that both formidable powers had meticulously prepared for throughout the preceding decades, characterized by cautious diplomatic maneuvering and localized border skirmishes. The profound strategic significance of Dacia to Roman imperial interests had become unequivocally evident. The province's rich gold mines constituted an indispensable fount of revenue for imperial finances, while its geographical coordinates offered crucial strategic advantages for asserting comprehensive control over the entirety of the Danube frontier region. Roman military strategists acutely perceived that Dacian territorial consolidation under proficient leadership represented an existential menace to Roman hegemony over southeastern Europe, demanding decisive military interventions irrespective of the attendant expenditures and inherent hazards. The substantial wealth amassed from Dacian gold mines had facilitated the construction of sophisticated defensive fortifications and the sustainment of highly trained professional military contingents. These formidable assets rendered the Dacian kingdoms exceptionally challenging adversaries, fully capable of inflicting significant casualties upon Roman legions and potentially galvanizing other barbarian peoples to defy imperial authority. Furthermore, the imperative of maintaining prestige within Roman imperial politics made a conclusive resolution of the Dacian challenge absolutely indispensable for any emperor seeking to secure domestic political approbation and unwavering military fealty. Previous emperors had deliberately eschewed direct confrontation with a unified Dacian military, yet this prudent restraint had been construed by certain Roman political observers as a sign of weakness, thereby undermining imperial credibility and fostering barbarian aggression across the entire spectrum of frontier regions. Domitian's precarious political standing necessitated military triumphs that would unequivocally showcase imperial might, while simultaneously opening avenues for territorial expansion and the acquisition of wealth. Such gains were vital for funding his domestic political initiatives and defraying substantial military expenditures. The intricate strategic calculations that had propelled Domitian's increasingly bellicose Dacian policies were soon destined to encounter their most formidable antagonist in the person of Decebalus. He ascended as the supreme Dacian leader around 87 AD, achieving this preeminence through a rare fusion of military brilliance, astute political discernment, and profound religious authority that transcended even the storied accomplishments of Burbista. In stark contrast to his predecessors, whose authority was largely forged through conquest or spiritual guidance, Decebalus evinced an unparalleled capacity to seamlessly integrate military, diplomatic, and administrative proficiencies. This extraordinary synthesis transformed the disparate Dacian kingdoms into a cohesive, unified state, fully capable of challenging Roman imperial expansion on an equitable footing. Decebalus's rise to paramountcy coincided with a critical juncture in Dacian resistance to Roman encroachment, a period when individual kingdoms proved woefully inadequate to counter formidable Roman military capabilities and conspicuously lacked the essential coordination required for effective collective defense. The appellation Decebalus, signifying powerful as a decemvir, not only underscored his individual prowess in combat, but also served as an emblematic representation of the consolidated might of Dacia. This inherent strength was perceived as a viable counterpoint to the sophisticated organizational structures of the Roman Empire, primarily through Decebalus's exceptional leadership and astute strategic foresight. Substantial archaeological findings unearthed at prominent Dacian settlements from that epoch unequivocally point towards swift and meticulously organized military readiness. Such concerted efforts strongly imply that Decebalus harbored a distinct and prescient strategic outlook concerning the impending and unavoidable military engagement with the formidable Roman legions. The unification of disparate Dacian regions under the overarching dominion of Decebalus was not a haphazard undertaking, but rather a meticulously choreographed series of endeavors. These campaigns deftly interwove overt military assertiveness with subtle diplomatic overtures and the potent endorsement of religious sanction. This judicious blend served to significantly diminish any nascent internal opposition, thereby concurrently amplifying the collective potency of the Dacian state. In stark contrast to antecedent attempts at territorial integration, which often leaned heavily on sheer military subjugation or the singular sway of spiritual command. Decebalus evinced a remarkably nuanced comprehension. He understood the manifold impulses and specific anxieties that permeated the various Dacian enclaves, enabling him to forge bespoke strategies. These tailored methods adeptly catered to distinct local prerogatives, all the while propelling the broader, overarching strategic ambitions of the nascent kingdom. The rugged expanse of the Hallstatt Mountains region constituted the foundational bedrock for Decebalus's ambitious territorial consolidation. This pivotal area offered a dual advantage. It conferred the profound symbolic legitimacy inherently linked with the ancestral Dacian political heartlands, and it presented tangible practical benefits. These practical merits included inherently defensible topography, abundant subterranean mineral resources, and an already intricate web of entrenched defensive strongholds. Decebalus channeled substantial resources into the systematic enlargement and enhancement of the elaborate fortification apparatus situated at Sarmizegetusa Regia. This transformative endeavor reshaped the locale into a formidable military and administrative nexus, meticulously designed to orchestrate and synchronize resistance endeavors throughout the entirety of the Dacian domain. Simultaneously, it functioned as an unassailable sanctuary, a virtually impregnable bastion against any prospective siege operations launched by hostile forces. The sweeping military reforms instituted by Decebalus meticulously tackled inherent deficiencies within the conventional Dacian military structure. Concurrently, these reforms consciously safeguarded and upheld those indigenous cultural facets that imparted distinct psychological benefits and sustained the fervent morale of his warrior class. While the time-honored veneration for individual martial skill and bravery continued to occupy a pivotal position within the Dacian military ethos, Decebalus inaugurated comprehensive, systematic training regimens. These programs meticulously imparted the intricacies of synchronized formation combat, advanced siege warfare methodologies, and specialized tactical protocols specifically engineered to counteract the well-known military supremacies of the Roman legions. Such profound transformations necessitated a considerable allocation of capital towards the establishment of dedicated training academies, the large-scale manufacture of sophisticated military apparatus, and the enlistment of seasoned professional military tutors. These instructors were tasked with the arduous yet crucial mission of molding traditional, often individualistic warriors into highly disciplined, cohesive soldiers, fully capable of executing protracted and demanding campaign operations. The distinctive Dacian falx, a formidable curved blade, experienced profound evolution and refinement as a direct consequence of Decebalus's comprehensive military overhauls. Dacian metallurgists, through painstaking innovation, perfected their smithing techniques, resulting in blades of unparalleled quality and formidable resilience. Concurrently, specialized instructional methodologies were devised to ensure the weapon's optimal deployment and lethal efficacy, particularly within the context of coordinated formation engagements. Forensic analysis of falx blades recovered from this epoch reveals advanced thermic processes and sophisticated edge-hardening procedures. These metallurgical marvels yielded weaponry fully capable of piercing the protective Roman panoply while steadfastly retaining their structural cohesion throughout prolonged and arduous combat scenarios. The sheer psychological terror inflicted by the falx upon Roman legionaries emerged as a pivotal determinant in the overall effectiveness of the Dacian military. Numerous Roman historical chronicles vividly recount the profound dread and disarray provoked by the thunderous charges of Dacian warriors, brandishing these uniquely curved and fearsome implements of war. The comprehensive administrative restructuring initiated under the aegis of Decebalus culminated in the establishment of highly systematic governance frameworks. These structures were meticulously crafted to adeptly navigate the intricate logistical demands inherent in sustaining protracted military defiance. Simultaneously, they were designed to diligently safeguard civilian economic output and preserve the vital equilibrium of social order. The newly forged administrative apparatus ingeniously assimilated established components from prior Dacian political customs and precedents. Concurrently, it boldly introduced novel innovations, which distinctly mirrored Decebalus's discerning grasp of Roman organizational paradigms. Furthermore, these innovations addressed the unique and formidable challenges intrinsic to orchestrating a unified resistance movement across a mosaic of varied territorial expanses and disparate tribal confederations. At the zenith of its power, the dominion governed by Decebalus spanned an immense geographical area, virtually encompassing all territories that had previously formed part of Burebista's initial confederation. Beyond this, it integrated supplementary regions, acquired through a combination of successful military subjugation and sagacious diplomatic pacts. Extensive archaeological findings provide compelling evidence of Dacian cultural and political sway, stretching from the western banks of the Tisa River to the eastern reaches of the Dniester River. Its influence also radiated from the formidable Carpathian Mountains in the north, down to the majestic Danube River in the south. Such an expansive territorial footprint necessitated the implementation of intricate communication arteries, well-defined administrative echelons, and a highly organized military structure. These essential components were critical for sustaining cohesion and concerted action across vast distances, which inherently posed formidable logistical challenges for the transportation and communication capacities available in the ancient world. Across the breadth of Dacian lands, the fortification enhancements undertaken during Decebalus's reign represented a sophisticated synthesis of architectural approaches. They judiciously combined the venerable Muris Dacics construction methodologies with groundbreaking innovations. These novelties unmistakably evinced a thorough analytical appraisal of Roman siegecraft tactics and their advanced defensive architectural principles. The augmented defensive frameworks boasted an array of formidable features: multiple concentric defensive perimeters, ingeniously camouflaged emplacements for artillery implements, subterranean caches for provisions and materiel, and comprehensively integrated water management networks. These sophisticated systems were designed to endure protracted siege encounters, concurrently serving as strategic launchpads for aggressive sorties against Roman encampments. The execution of these extensive defensive upgrades mandated the synchronized efforts of vast labor contingents, highly specialized engineering acumen, and the substantial allocation of material wealth. Such monumental undertakings unequivocally showcased the kingdom's impressive organizational prowess and its robust economic vitality. Among Decebalus's most pivotal military breakthroughs was undoubtedly the cultivation of indigenous Dacian capabilities in the intricate art of siege warfare. This represented a marked departure, given that the conventional Dacian military doctrine had historically favored rapid mobile engagements and purely defensive maneuvers, rather than the methodical dismantling of entrenched enemy fortifications Dacian engineers, through a blend of native ingenuity and meticulous study, successfully conceptualized and constructed an array of siege engines, including formidable catapults, powerful battering rams, and towering siege structures. These sophisticated devices ingeniously integrated both inherent Dacian engineering legacies and advanced techniques assimilated through astute observation of Roman military campaigns and their operational methodologies. The acquisition of these offensive siege capacities empowered Dacian military units to actively assault Roman garrisons and settlements, transcending the previous limitations of merely reactive defensive postures. This strategic shift profoundly broadened their operational choices, compelling Roman commanders to disperse their legions across expansive defensive fronts, rather than consolidating their strength for focused offensive thrusts. The sophisticated intelligence apparatus meticulously constructed by Decebalus furnished the Dacian state with systematic capacities for information acquisition. This crucial advantage allowed Dacian military strategists to assiduously track Roman military mobilizations, accurately evaluate the adversary's strengths and weaknesses, and pinpoint opportune moments for launching proactive offensive maneuvers. These comprehensive intelligence-gathering endeavors comprised a dual approach. They encompassed both official diplomatic delegations, which skillfully gleaned insights through conventional channels, and clandestine reconnaissance missions. The latter provided granular, actionable military intelligence pertaining to the precise deployment of Roman troops, their logistical supply configurations, and the intricacies of their overarching strategic blueprints. The demonstrable efficacy of Dacian intelligence operations became strikingly evident in subsequent military engagements. In these conflicts, Dacian forces consistently exhibited an intimate and precise understanding of Roman military readiness and their underlying strategic objectives. Decebalus embarked upon a series of astute diplomatic initiatives fundamentally designed to forge broad anti-Roman alliances. The overarching objective of these coalitions was to secure vital military aid, crucial economic sustenance, and cohesive strategic synchronization. Such concerted international backing was intended to thwart any Roman attempts to amass an insurmountable military advantage against the Dacian domains. The reach of these diplomatic endeavors spanned the entirety of southeastern Europe and extended even further afield. They meticulously cultivated liaisons with a diverse array of entities, including various Germanic tribal federations, the nomadic Sarmatian peoples, distinct Thracian communities, and even far-flung empires such as the formidable Parthian Empire. These disparate powers shared a common vested interest in curtailing the relentless expansionist ambitions of Rome. The sheer breadth and intricate nature of these diplomatic undertakings unequivocally underscored Decebalus's profound insight that enduring resistance necessitated robust international collaboration and meticulously coordinated strategic foresight. The intricate rapport cultivated between Decebalus and the chieftains of various Germanic tribes entailed a series of arduous negotiations. These deliberations encompassed a spectrum of critical issues: the provision of mutual military support, the delineation of territorial boundaries, and the establishment of enduring post-conflict political frameworks. Such multifaceted discussions demanded a delicate equilibrium between the pressing exigencies of immediate military requirements and the overarching considerations of long-term strategic aspirations. While Germanic tribal confederations commanded formidable military assets capable of substantially augmenting Dacian resistance endeavors, Their inherent territorial designs and distinct cultural divergences concurrently presented potential flashpoints for discord. These nascent frictions necessitated exceptional diplomatic finesse to navigate and mitigate with efficacy. Compelling archaeological corroboration points to an intensified frequency of interaction between Dacian and Germanic domains throughout this specific historical interval. The reciprocal exchange of material culture unearthed from these sites serves as a tangible indicator of sustained diplomatic engagement and consistent commercial intercourse. The diplomatic overtures extended towards the Sarmatian peoples afforded Decebalus a valuable prospect of integrating their renowned cavalry units and their distinctive nomadic military methodologies into his burgeoning forces. These specialized martial assets were poised to synergistically augment the conventional strengths of Dacian infantry formations, concurrently bestowing crucial strategic mobility advantages in confrontations with Roman military campaigns. The formidable Sarmatian heavy cavalry, characterized by their imposing long lances and robust protective panoply, embodied a class of military prowess that Roman legions had, throughout their history, struggled to neutralize with definitive success. The strategic amalgamation of Sarmatian mounted tactics with the disciplined formations of Dacian foot soldiers forged potent combined arms capabilities. This hybrid military construct substantially amplified the overall combat efficacy of the Dacian army, simultaneously endowing them with heightened strategic adaptability for both aggressive forward thrusts and resilient defensive maneuvers. Economic policies enacted by Decebalus were meticulously designed to optimize the procurement of valuable raw materials and manufacturing prowess, all while fostering communal stability and popular endorsement for the ongoing military resistance efforts. The gold and silver mines, which served as the bedrock of the kingdom's prosperity, received substantial capital allocation for advanced extraction equipment, sophisticated processing facilities, and expanded transportation networks. This strategic investment aimed to ensure sustained production levels even in the face of relentless Roman military pressure and potential protracted blockades. Crucially, these economic preparations also encompassed the development of alternative commercial arteries, intended to function effectively despite Roman attempts to impose commercial embargoes or disrupt traditional trading relationships. Agricultural policies under Decebalus prioritized sustained nutritional provision and the cultivation of surpluses, which were essential to bolster military operations and sustain civilian populations during potential siege conditions or geographic fragmentation caused by military campaigns. Dacian agricultural communities received comprehensive training in methods for extending the shelf life of foodstuffs, the erection of robust granaries and cellars, and the cultivation of a wider array of plant species. This concerted effort was aimed at providing uninterrupted provisions irrespective of specific martial or political exigencies. These particular agricultural preparations underscored a profound grasp of the complex demands of supply management for protracted martial defiance and the critical importance of popular endorsement throughout prolonged hostilities. Craft production amplification during the Decebalus period was primarily geared towards military equipment fabrication, concurrently upholding traditional artistic and cultural activities that strengthened Dacian identity and communal unity. Weapons production facilities situated across Dacian territories significantly augmented their fabrication volumes of falx blades, spear points, arrowheads, and various defensive armaments. Simultaneously, they instituted rigorous standards of craftsmanship, meticulously developing quality control procedures that guaranteed uniformity in operational efficacy. Such manufacturing advancements necessitated the employment of adept artisans, the utilization of bespoke implements, and the uninterrupted provision of essential components, thereby evincing the kingdom's productive prowess and structured financial management. Religious policies under Decebalus preserved traditional Zalmoxian worship while strategically recalibrating spiritual practices to reinforce military resistance and foster communal solidarity among heterogeneous communities. Religious ceremonies progressively highlighted narratives of self-abnegation for mutual protection, celestial sanction for justified defiance against external subjugation, and supernatural recompense for those who perished safeguarding Dacian sovereignty. These profound religious adaptations offered mental conditioning for warfare, concurrently upholding ancestral customs that distinctly differentiated the Dacian ethos from encroaching Roman cultural influences. The amalgamation of religious authority with military leadership under Decebalus forged cohesive hierarchical frameworks that could harmonize both the metaphysical and earthly dimensions of defensive campaigns. This integration also ensured the preservation of popular acceptance among populations who held ancestral spiritual rites in high esteem. Religious leaders, operating throughout Dacian territories, offered both transcendental counsel and tangible assistance for military preparations, leveraging their local sway to stimulate enlistment, solicit the donation of vital provisions, and encourage populous collaboration with martial requirements. This comprehensive integration of religious and military authority consequently created all-encompassing defensive capacities, adeptly tackling both the tangible and intangible dimensions of prolonged conflict. Social organization under Decebalus upheld traditional tribal structures, yet concurrently implemented strategic alterations that augmented martial prowess and governmental streamlining. Warrior bands, which had historically functioned autonomously, were assimilated into more extensive martial contingents. These larger formations were capable of orchestrating complex battlefield maneuvers while preserving the individual bonds of allegiance that fueled morale and fostered camaraderie within units. Such profound organizational changes necessitated a delicate equilibrium between military efficiency and indigenous heritage, safeguarding ancestral martial customs while developing the requisite aptitudes for engaging seasoned Roman legions. The emergence of distinct martial specializations within Dacian society established dedicated cadres of engineers, intelligence operatives, diplomatic representatives, and logistical specialists, all of whom held indispensable expertise for sophisticated military operations. These specialized roles mandated structured educational curricula, offered avenues for professional progression, and garnered societal acknowledgement, thereby drawing in skilled personnel. This strategic approach simultaneously fostered accumulated expertise that could endure personnel losses and sustain functional efficacy during protracted hostilities. The rise of martial specialization within traditional Dacian society thus signified profound societal evolution, amplifying communal aptitudes while safeguarding intrinsic cultural traits. Cultural achievements during the Decebalus period evinced both traditional Dacian aesthetic heritage and novelties absorbing external inspirations from contact with varied cultures, all while preserving a unique Dacian ethos. Metalwork techniques reached unparalleled refinement, crafting ornamental pieces, sacred relics, and ritualistic armaments that showcased superior craftsmanship and artistic discernment. These sophisticated cultural productions fulfilled both utilitarian roles and emblematic intentions, thereby cementing the Dacian spirit while exhibiting refined cultural depth to external observers. Architectural developments throughout this era merged fortification efficacy with the emblematic manifestation of Dacian might and artistic accomplishment. Construction projects at principal sites featured colossal dimensions and engineering ingenuity, which not only underscored Dacian aptitudes, but also fulfilled pragmatic martial and governance roles. The synthesis of defensive, administrative, and ceremonial architecture resulted in awe-inspiring edifices that demonstrated Dacian structural prowess and refined cultural acumen to both domestic and foreign observers. Military engineering projects initiated under the aegis of Decebalus encompassed not merely the erection of defensive strongholds, but also the establishment of extensive transit routes, the creation of efficient signaling apparatuses, and the development of comprehensive supply frameworks. These integrated systems were designed to facilitate synchronized martial endeavors across vast geographical expanses. Road construction linked principal defensive bastions, affording swift transit capacities for armed contingents and provisioning trains. Signal tower networks enabled expeditious information exchange across rugged upland areas, which would otherwise have impeded synchronized battlefield maneuvers. Furthermore, supply depot construction established vital stockpiles of armaments, provisions, and materiel that could maintain martial activities during protracted expeditions or blockade scenarios. The meticulous establishment of defensive positions throughout Dacian territories necessitated careful topographical assessment and prescient tactical foresight. This approach leveraged inherent geographical benefits while forging interconnected protective systems designed for reciprocal assistance and tactical adaptability. Mountain passes were heavily fortified to funnel adversary contingents into pre-designated engagement areas, concurrently affording secure retreat pathways for garrison soldiers. River crossings were primed for destruction, capable of impeding hostile ingress while preserving Allied troop movement through substitute transit locations. These extensive defensive preparations evinced advanced martial construction expertise and methodical operational design, underscoring an exhaustive examination of prospective Roman ingress avenues and operational alternatives. The meticulous acquisition of battlefield intelligence comprised comprehensive cartographic surveys of Roman military installations, an evaluation of adversary strengths and weaknesses, and the pinpointing of critical, exploitable weaknesses that could be capitalized upon via aggressive maneuvers. Dacian scouting missions furnished data concerning Roman logistical arteries, interconnection systems, and fortified emplacements. This vital information facilitated overarching tactical design and operational readiness for targeted martial engagements. This systematic intelligence gathering epitomized methodical martial readiness that transcended conventional indigenous conflict paradigms, demonstrating an advanced comprehension of contemporary martial necessities. The harmonization of military preparations across heterogeneous geographical areas and ethnic factions necessitated robust governance mechanisms and interconnectivity frameworks. These systems were designed to uphold singular leadership while honoring regional self-governance and ethnic distinctions. Decebalus instituted tiered leadership frameworks that established unambiguous chains of command, concurrently preserving adaptability for regional improvisation and self-starting. These profound structural advancements forged martial aptitudes that merged the benefits of unified orchestration with the gains of localized implementation, thereby allowing forces to respond effectively to evolving battlefield circumstances and indigenous exigencies. The military preparations that Decebalus had painstakingly masterminded across his entire realm would encounter their supreme trial when Marcus Ulpius Trajan assumed the sovereign mantle in 98 AD, in stark contrast to his forebears, who had addressed the Dacian predicament with differing levels of circumspection and political stratagem. Trajan assumed authority with an unequivocal ambition for imperial expansion. He perceived Dacia as both a geopolitical imperative and a promising occasion for the kind of martial renown that would solidify his standing within the pantheon of Rome's most illustrious rulers. The new emperor commanded vast martial expertise from engagements in the Germanic and Iberian provinces, equipping him with first-hand understanding of borderland combat and the complex demands of supply and movement involved in subduing formidable non-Roman domains. The Roman Emperor. Trajan's shrewd appraisal of the Dacian predicament revealed that King Decebalus had forged a unified realm whose formidable military prowess, extensive territorial expanse, and considerable economic assets presented profound perils to Rome's dominion across the entire stretch of the Danube frontier. Intelligence dispatches reaching the imperial capital meticulously detailed the sophisticated Dacian fortifications, a highly professional military apparatus, and intricate alliance networks that possessed the potential to incite other barbarian tribes to challenge Roman suzerainty throughout the southeastern European lands. The sagacious emperor comprehended that permitting Decebalus to solidify his recent gains and further augment Dacian capabilities would inevitably engender increasingly grave threats to the security of the empire, ultimately necessitating a far greater deployment of military resources for their effective neutralization. The substantial wealth derived from Dacia's prolific gold mines had ascended to a pivotal position in Roman strategic calculations, especially as the imperial coffers contended with escalating financial burdens stemming from military expenditures, ambitious infrastructure undertakings, and various social welfare initiatives that demanded dependable streams of revenue. Roman economic analysts projected that a triumphant subjugation of Dacia could furnish ample precious metal reserves to underwrite significant imperial ventures, simultaneously obviating the considerable costs associated with maintaining defensive garrisons along an inherently volatile frontier. The tantalizing prospect of seizing these mining operations intact, rather than seeing them rendered unusable through protracted and destructive warfare, provided compelling inducements for decisive military intervention, aimed at achieving swift conquest before Dacian forces could execute scorched earth tactics. Trajan's meticulous military preparations for the impending Dacian campaign encompassed an unparalleled degree of logistical foresight and resource mobilization, reflecting both the monumental scale of the planned undertaking and the invaluable insights gleaned from Rome's prior experiences in challenging and arduous terrains. The emperor meticulously assembled a formidable contingent of approximately 150,000 soldiers, drawn from legions strategically positioned throughout the vast empire, including seasoned veteran units possessing extensive expertise in the intricacies of siege warfare, demanding mountain operations and complex engineering endeavors. Specifically, the Legio II Adiutrix, Legio IV Flavia Felix, Legio VII Claudia, and Legio I Minervia legions constituted the formidable core of the invasion force, augmented by a myriad of auxiliary units that furnished specialized proficiencies in dynamic cavalry maneuvers, precision archery, and advanced siege engineering techniques. The comprehensive engineering preparations preceding the campaign included the prefabrication of essential siege apparatus, materials necessary for bridge construction, and a suite of specialized implements meticulously designed for operations in the rugged mountainous topography, where conventional Roman engineering advantages might prove less efficacious. Roman military engineers diligently scrutinized detailed intelligence reports concerning Dacian fortifications, subsequently devising bespoke techniques and equipment specifically tailored to surmount Dacian construction methodologies that had previously demonstrated resilience against standard siege warfare approaches. The meticulous development of specialized artillery pieces, featuring enhanced ballista and catapult designs, underscored Rome's unwavering resolve to attain technological supremacy, thereby compensating for the inherent defensive advantages afforded by the Dacian terrain. The First Dacian War commenced in 101 AD, with Roman forces executing simultaneous crossings of the Danube River at multiple strategic points, thereby implementing a sophisticated strategic blueprint crafted to preclude Dacian forces from concentrating their entire military might against any singular invasion corridor. Trajan himself personally directed the principal invasion contingent that traversed the river near what is now modern-day Drobeta Târnu Severin, while auxiliary forces established vital bridgeheads at other strategic locales, designed to offer mutual support while simultaneously menacing multiple Dacian defensive positions. This ingenious multi-axis invasion strategy compelled Decebalus to fragment his forces across several threatened sectors, effectively thwarting his to employ concentrated defensive strategies that might have proven considerably more effective against a monolithic invasion force. Roman engineering capabilities immediately asserted their preeminence through the astonishingly rapid construction of pontoon bridges, which facilitated the unimpeded passage of heavy equipment and extensive supply trains across the Danube. Despite spirited Dacian attempts to dispute these crucial river crossings, Roman engineers had ingeniously prefabricated bridge components that could be swiftly assembled even amidst active combat, thereby conferring tactical mobility advantages that Dacian forces found exceedingly difficult to counter with any degree of efficacy. The sheer velocity of Roman bridge construction precluded Dacian defenders from orchestrating coordinated assaults against vulnerable Roman units during the arduous river-crossing operations, allowing Roman footholds to be firmly established on the northern bank before any truly effective defensive responses could be fully implemented. The initial stages of the Roman invasion were met with ferocious resistance from Dacian forces, which unequivocally showcased the profound effectiveness of their recent military reforms and painstaking defensive preparations. Dacian warriors, wielding their distinctive falx weapons, proved remarkably adept at inflicting grievous casualties upon Roman infantry formations, particularly during the brutal close-quarters engagements, where the curved blades could expertly exploit vulnerabilities in Roman armor and shield arrays. Roman commanders swiftly developed a profound respect for Dacian combat prowess, prompting the implementation of urgent tactical modifications that emphasized the deployment of missile weapons, meticulously coordinated formation attacks, and innovative engineering solutions specifically designed to curtail direct infantry confrontations, where the Dacian falx weapons demonstrated their most lethal efficacy. The arduous advance towards the principal Dacian strongholds necessitated Roman forces to systematically overcome a multitude of defensive positions that Decebalus had meticulously prepared along all approach routes leading to his formidable mountain fortresses. Each individual defensive position mandated protracted and systematic siege operations, which inevitably consumed valuable time, precious resources, and considerable manpower, all while enabling Dacian forces to inflict casualties and strategically impede Roman progress towards their ultimate strategic objectives. Roman military engineers, demonstrating their ingenuity, devised specialized techniques for neutralizing Dacian fortifications, including the employment of undermining operations, sustained and concentrated artillery bombardments, and meticulously coordinated assault tactics that could effectively nullify the advantages conferred by Dacian construction methods. The Second Battle of Tène emerged as the pivotal and decisive engagement of the first campaign, as Roman forces, under the direct and personal command of Trajan, confronted the main Dacian army entrenched in a meticulously prepared defensive posture that expertly maximized Dacian tactical advantages, while simultaneously minimizing the inherent Roman superiority in equipment and organizational structure. The battlefield itself was characterized by precipitous slopes, dense forest cover, and deliberately constructed obstacles that artfully channeled Roman forces into predetermined killing zones, where Dacian falx warriors could devastatingly exploit their weapons' effectiveness against Roman formations. The engagement commenced with extensive skirmishing, as both armies deftly maneuvered to secure tactical superiority while rigorously assessing their adversaries' capabilities and strategic intentions. Roman tactical deployments at Tène distinctly mirrored the crucial lessons assimilated from prior encounters with Dacian forces, accentuating coordinated artillery support, rigorously disciplined formation movements, and the systematic capitalization on Roman advantages in robust armor protection and unparalleled organizational coordination. Roman commanders strategically positioned ballistae and catapult units to unleash suppressive fire against Dacian positions, while legionary formations advanced in synchronized waves, meticulously maintaining their structural integrity despite the challenging terrain and ferocious resistance. The overarching Roman tactical philosophy underscored steady, relentless pressure and the systematic reduction of Dacian defensive strongholds, rather than attempting audacious breakthrough operations that might have proven perilously vulnerable to swift Dacian counterattacks. Dacian defensive tactics at Tène unequivocally demonstrated a sophisticated comprehension of their inherent capabilities and limitations, while skillfully maximizing the benefits afforded by judicious terrain selection and painstakingly prepared positions. Decebalus ingeniously arrayed his forces to exploit the maximum advantage of natural slope protection and concealing forest cover, concurrently establishing multiple fallback positions designed to sustain organized resistance even in the event of an initial penetration of their primary defensive lines. Dacian commanders meticulously coordinated assaults by their falx-armed heavy infantry with complementary missile fire and swift cavalry operations, all meticulously orchestrated to disrupt Roman formation movements and create opportune moments for decisive counterattacks against any exposed Roman units. The devastating effectiveness of Dacian falx weapons against Roman military equipment became especially pronounced during the close combat phases of the battle, as the distinctively curved blades proved remarkably adept at hooking around Roman scutum shields and delivering savage, debilitating cuts to exposed limbs and necks. Roman soldiers discovered that their traditional rectangular scutum shields were considerably less effective against falx attacks than against conventional, straight-bladed weaponry, given that the curved blade design could exploit subtle gaps in shield positioning and deliver strikes from wholly unexpected angles. Roman military observers meticulously noted that falx wounds were typically far more severe than those inflicted by straight-bladed weapons, engendering profound psychological effects that diminished Roman combat effectiveness, even when overall casualties remained within acceptable operational limits. Roman tactical adaptations implemented during the intense battle included the rapid deployment of specialized anti-falx formations that emphasized meticulously coordinated spearwork and robust missile support. Precisely engineered to maintain Dacian warriors at distances where their distinctive and dangerous weapons could not be effectively brought to bear. Roman commanders strategically positioned auxiliary archers and slingers to provide continuous, harassing fire against Dacian formations, while disciplined legionary spearmen meticulously created impenetrable defensive screens that effectively precluded the close combat engagements where phalanx weapons proved most perilous. These ingenious tactical innovations demanded exceptional coordination and rigorously disciplined execution under the extreme pressures of combat, unequivocally demonstrating the profound professionalism and remarkable adaptability inherent within the Roman military. The conclusion of the Second Battle of Tène was not marked by a singular decisive maneuver or a sudden, overwhelming breakthrough, but rather by a relentless, systemic application of Roman military might that progressively eroded the Dacian capacity for sustained resistance. Throughout the engagement, Roman artillery formations unleashed a continuous barrage upon Dacian strongholds, while disciplined infantry units meticulously advanced, overcoming a series of formidable prepared obstacles and entrenched defensive positions. This formidable combination of Roman technological superiority, sophisticated logistical support, and rigorously executed tactical maneuvers ultimately prevailed over the Dacians' inherent advantages in the rugged terrain, their fervent motivation, and impressive individual combat prowess. Faced with such an inexorable advance, Dacian forces were compelled to relinquish their well-fortified positions, executing a strategic withdrawal to avert utter annihilation. The subsequent Dacian withdrawal operations themselves were a testament to highly refined military foresight and masterful execution, successfully preserving a substantial portion of Decebalus's fighting force for future engagements. This strategic retreat effectively denied Roman legions the complete and decisive triumph that might have unequivocally brought an immediate end to Dacian defiance. Dacian commanders orchestrated a series of meticulously coordinated delaying actions, skillfully impeding the Roman pursuit, while simultaneously safeguarding their primary military formations as they fell back to pre-established secondary defensive lines. The remarkable efficacy of these Dacian withdrawal maneuvers thus thwarted Roman aspirations for a conclusive destruction of the enemy's military capabilities, which would have rendered any continued resistance utterly impracticable. In the wake of Tène, Roman forces confronted the arduous necessity of systematically dismantling remaining Dacian defensive fortifications, all while grappling with increasingly attenuated supply routes and a rising toll of casualties that starkly underscored the ferocity of Dacian opposition. Roman engineering prowess emerged as an indispensable factor in sustaining their offensive impetus. Military engineers meticulously constructed vital roads, robust bridges, and extensive supply depots, thereby facilitating continuous operations across the challenging topography, despite persistent Dacian efforts to disrupt Roman logistical arrangements. The establishment of permanent Roman installations across the newly subjugated territories unequivocally signaled the imperial ambition to exert enduring control over captured regions, concurrently furnishing crucial bases for subsequent offensive campaigns. Among the myriad engineering feats of the entire campaign, Trajan's bridge stood as the preeminent achievement, not merely showcasing the pinnacle of Roman technical ingenuity, but also conferring unparalleled strategic advantages that fundamentally reshaped the military landscape along the Danube frontier. This colossal bridge construction endeavor, meticulously overseen by the renowned architect Apollodorus of Damascus, entailed the meticulous erection of immense stone piers, specifically designed to bear a durable wooden superstructure. This superstructure was engineered to accommodate the relentless passage of heavy military convoys under the full spectrum of weather conditions. The carefully selected location of the bridge, situated near what is now modern-day Drobeta Târnu Severin, offered not only optimal conditions for its construction, but also provided invaluable strategic access deep into Dacian territories, thereby enabling sustained and large-scale military operations. The intricate technical specifications of Trajan's bridge were a profound reflection of a sophisticated mastery of hydraulic engineering, structural mechanics, and advanced construction methodologies, truly representing the zenith of Roman engineering accomplishment. Spanning an impressive length of approximately 1,135 meters, the bridge incorporated 20 colossal stone piers, each ascending to a staggering height of up to 60 meters above the river's surface. Each individual pier necessitated massive stone foundations, robustly designed to withstand the destructive forces of seasonal floods, the erosive impact of ice, and any potential attempts at sabotage, all while providing unwavering support for the wooden arch structures that formed the actual roadway. The entire construction undertaking demanded a meticulously coordinated workforce, specialized heavy equipment, and an unparalleled depth of engineering expertise, vividly demonstrating the formidable organizational capabilities and profound technical acumen of the Roman Empire. The strategic ramifications of Trajan's bridge extended far beyond its immediate tactical utility, for this permanent river-crossing facility facilitated the swift and unimpeded deployment of Roman legions into Dacian territory. Concurrently, it established secure and resilient supply lines capable of supporting protracted military operations, irrespective of seasonal adversities or hostile interference. The bridge effectively nullified the inherent advantages the Dacians had previously enjoyed by controlling the limited Danube crossings, while simultaneously endowing Roman commanders with unprecedented tactical flexibility, enabling them to respond with alacrity to evolving military situations. Furthermore, the profound psychological impact generated by the bridge's construction, felt by both Roman and Dacian populations, powerfully demonstrated imperial engineering might and unwavering resolve, profoundly influencing political calculations throughout the entire region. The construction phase of the bridge project was fraught with formidable challenges, including the intricate management of unpredictable river conditions, the colossal logistical undertaking of coordinating immense material requirements, and the imperative of adhering to demanding work schedules despite the constant threat of enemy interference and adverse weather phenomena. In response, Roman engineers pioneered innovative construction techniques, enabling them to precisely position massive stone blocks within swift river currents while meticulously preserving the critical alignment and structural integrity essential for the bridge's long-term durability. The project necessitated extensive quarrying operations, the establishment of vast transportation networks, and the deployment of highly specialized construction equipment, collectively representing a monumental logistical enterprise that demanded intricate coordination among a multitude of military and civilian organizations. The ultimate completion of Trajan's bridge empowered Roman forces to sustain relentless pressure on Dacian strongholds, simultaneously furnishing secure and dependable withdrawal routes that significantly mitigated the inherent risks associated with extended military campaigns deep within hostile territory. Roman military strategists were now capable of conceiving and implementing strategic options that had previously been deemed unfeasible due to insurmountable logistical constraints and vulnerabilities inherent in river crossings. The bridge facility thus bestowed capabilities for rapid troop reinforcement, efficient supply-resupply, and enhanced tactical flexibility, thereby fundamentally altering the strategic balance of power between the formidable Roman and resilient Dacian forces. The Provisional Peace Accord that brought the First Dacian War to a close was a pragmatic reflection of both Rome's overarching strategic objectives and the tangible limitations that precluded an immediate and total subjugation of Dacian lands. Although Roman legions had secured notable tactical victories and seized crucial Dacian strongholds, the campaign had also starkly illuminated the considerable human and material costs, alongside the formidable challenges inherent in conquering well-defended mountainous territories held by a resolute populace. Emperor Trajan, with keen strategic insight, recognized that a complete conquest would necessitate additional vast resources, significant time, and more comprehensive military preparations, which might be more effectively achieved through a temporary cessation of hostilities, offering invaluable opportunities for more thorough future planning. The stipulations of the peace treaty, meticulously negotiated between Trajan and King Decebalus, formally established Dacia as a Roman client kingdom. This status came with specific obligations regarding tribute payments, military assistance, and territorial delimitations, all meticulously crafted to serve Roman strategic imperatives while ostensibly preserving Dacian political autonomy under watchful Roman oversight. Decebalus, under duress, consented to dismantle certain strategic fortifications, provide high-ranking hostages as tangible guarantees of compliance, and permit the establishment of Roman garrisons at key strategic locations. These garrisons were designed to diligently monitor Dacian activities while simultaneously serving as forward operating bases for any future military actions deemed necessary. These carefully crafted terms bestowed upon Rome substantial strategic advantages, even as they permitted Decebalus to retain nominal authority over his kingdom and covertly prepare for the inevitable future conflicts. Roman strategic calculations concerning the temporary peace settlement were predicated on the understanding that such a provisional accommodation would afford crucial opportunities for intelligence gathering, meticulous logistical preparation, and the cultivation of political influence, all of which would significantly enhance the prospects for successful future military operations. During this period of ostensible peace, Roman administrators could diligently work to establish more robust and efficient supply networks, meticulously collect detailed intelligence regarding Dacian military capabilities and strategic intentions, and assiduously cultivate political relationships with potential Dacian allies who might be persuaded to support Roman objectives in subsequent confrontations. Furthermore, the settlement provided an invaluable respite for Roman military units to recuperate from the rigors and casualties of the campaign, simultaneously allowing them to integrate vital lessons gleaned from their intense combat experiences against the formidable Dacian forces. Conversely, Dacian strategic objectives during these peace negotiations were primarily centered on securing precious time for extensive military rearmament, forging new diplomatic alliances, and fostering economic recovery. These measures were all crucial for bolstering their resistance capabilities in anticipation of the unavoidable future confrontations with the Roman Empire. King Decebalus, with clear-sighted pragmatism, fully comprehended that the ultimate Roman imperial objective invariably entailed the complete subjugation of Dacia, rendering the peace settlement merely a temporary reprieve rather than a permanent resolution to the intractable conflict. Consequently, the Dacian king shrewdly utilized this period of peace to strengthen his nation's fortifications, significantly expand military training programs, and diligently cultivate alliance relationships that could potentially provide indispensable additional support during future military operations. The very implementation of these peace terms, however, inexorably gave rise to persistent tensions and disputes, unequivocally reflecting the fundamental incompatibilities between Rome's expansive imperial ambitions and Dacia's fervent aspirations for independence. Roman demands for tribute payments, extensive territorial concessions, and stringent military restrictions inherently clashed with deeply ingrained Dacian traditions and their vital political requirements, rendering complete compliance either exceedingly difficult or outright impossible. These inherent implementation difficulties inadvertently furnished a convenient pretext for future Roman military intervention, simultaneously generating intense political pressures that rendered a renewed conflict increasingly probable, despite the facade of temporary accommodation agreements. During the intervening years of nominal peace, both the Roman Empire and the Dacian kingdom engaged in comprehensive intelligence operations, a clandestine struggle to amass critical information. Representatives from each power meticulously endeavored to ascertain the adversary's strengths, strategic designs, and inherent weaknesses, all with the aim of securing a decisive upper hand in any forthcoming military engagements. Roman reconnaissance efforts were primarily directed towards meticulously charting Dacian defensive structures, scrutinizing their martial prowess, and pinpointing any internal political schisms that could be strategically leveraged in subsequent military expeditions. Concurrently, Dacian intelligence networks placed considerable emphasis on monitoring Roman military readiness, deciphering their overarching strategic blueprints, and analyzing political shifts that might foreshadow the precise moment and ultimate goals of renewed Roman aggression. The year 105 AD witnessed the violent outbreak of the Second Dacian War, a conflict ignited by an intractable accumulation of tensions and profound mutual suspicions that ultimately rendered any semblance of continued peaceful coexistence untenable. This escalation occurred despite the existence of formal treaty obligations that were theoretically meant to regulate the intricate Roman-Dacian relationships. The Roman Empire, in a calculated move, proffered numerous accusations of Dacian treaty violations, thereby furnishing a compelling justification for their renewed military intervention. Conversely, the extensive Dacian preparations for staunch resistance clearly signaled their understanding that a full-scale confrontation had become unavoidable, irrespective of any diplomatic overtures aimed at preserving tranquility. Both formidable powers had assiduously utilized the preceding interval to significantly bolster their respective military capacities and fortify their strategic footholds, thus meticulously preparing the arena for a far more conclusive and impactful military engagement than had been witnessed during the initial campaign. The definitive triumph achieved at Sarmizegetusa Regia in 106 AD heralded not merely the conclusive demise of Dacian sovereignty, but simultaneously inaugurated one of the Roman Empire's most audacious and far-reaching provincial undertakings. In the immediate aftermath, as the acrid smoke dissipated from the smoldering ruins of the former capital, and the tragic suicide of King Decebalus extinguished the final flicker of organized opposition, Emperor Trajan confronted the truly colossal challenge of converting a fiercely autonomous warrior kingdom into a diligently productive Roman province. The imperial vision, however, transcended the mere imposition of military occupation. His profound intention was to forge a paradigmatic province that would not only conspicuously display Rome's unparalleled aptitude for cultural assimilation and societal reorganization, but also yield the utmost economic advantage from Dacia's fabled and abundant mineral deposits. The foundational establishment of the Roman province of Dacia mandated a series of urgent and pivotal administrative determinations, choices destined to profoundly influence the region's trajectory and evolution for countless generations. Emperor Trajan, with strategic foresight, designated Decimus Terentius Scarianus as Dacia's inaugural provincial governor. This appointment reflected a careful selection, choosing an exceptionally seasoned administrator who had consistently demonstrated remarkable proficiency in orchestrating intricate territorial transformations and adeptly governing heterogeneous populations. Scarianus arrived in Dacia bearing unequivocal directives to vigorously enact extensive Romanization initiatives, simultaneously ensuring the preservation of a robust military presence. This dual strategy aimed to preempt any resurgence of defiance from the remaining Dacian communities, particularly those dispersed across the challenging mountainous terrains where the assertion of Roman authority continued to be precarious and incomplete. The administrative framework devised for Roman Dacia largely conformed to established imperial provincial archetypes, yet it judiciously incorporated essential modifications tailored to govern territories distinguished by their singular geographical contours and distinct demographic compositions. Initially, the province was systematically partitioned into two principal administrative sectors. The first, Dacia Superior, encompassed the historical nucleus of King Decebalus's dominion, a region notably comprising the Orashti Mountains and their contiguous environs. The second, Dacia Inferior, extended across the eastern and southern territories, areas that had previously exhibited a lesser degree of assimilation into the pre-Roman Dacian political apparatus. This strategic bifurcation underscored both pragmatic administrative necessities and a clear strategic acknowledgement that these disparate regions would inevitably demand divergent methodologies for their effective integration and sustained imperial governance. The numerous Roman administrative centers strategically established across the newly acquired province fulfilled a multifaceted array of roles. They operated simultaneously as vital military garrisons, bustling commercial entrepôts, and potent emblems of imperial authority, unequivocally signaling Rome's unwavering and enduring resolve to exert dominion over its newly subjugated domains. The meticulous process of selecting locations for these pivotal administrative nuclei evinced a profound deliberation, taking into account crucial factors such as their strategic geographical positioning, inherent defensive attributes, the efficacy of their communication arteries, and their intrinsic economic viability. These considerations were paramount to ensuring a sustainable Roman presence and, crucially, to facilitating the seamless assimilation of the indigenous populations into the overarching imperial frameworks. The deliberate establishment of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa stood as the preeminent urban development endeavor within the fledgling province, giving rise to a quintessential Roman metropolis. This burgeoning city was destined to function as the primary provincial capital, simultaneously serving as a powerful symbolic replacement for the obliterated Dacian stronghold, thereby standing as an enduring monument to the grandeur of Roman civilization. Its judicious placement within the Hunidora region conferred a multitude of strategic benefits, notably including naturally defensible topography, ready access to vital water sources, close proximity to invaluable mineral deposits, and robust communication pathways linking it efficiently with other significant settlements dispersed across the entire provincial expanse. Expert Roman urban planners meticulously conceived the design for Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa, adhering rigorously to established Roman city planning tenets, while skillfully integrating specific adaptations necessitated by the unique local geographical characteristics. The urban blueprint of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa prominently displayed the quintessential Roman grid pattern, anchored by a vibrant central forum. This civic heart was encircled by an impressive array of public edifices, encompassing a grand basilica, revered temples, luxurious public baths, and efficient administrative offices. These structures not only furnished indispensable services to the populace, but also served as tangible demonstrations of Roman architectural finesse and engineering prowess. The ambitious construction of the city demanded colossal labor contingents, comprising both willing workers drawn by burgeoning employment prospects and conscripted local populations who supplied manual labor for the extensive building initiatives. Archaeological findings unequivocally suggest that the city's growth trajectory was remarkably swift, with numerous principal public structures reaching completion within the initial decade of Roman dominion. The residential quarters nestled within Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa vividly illustrated the pronounced social stratification inherent to Roman colonial societies. Affluent Roman colonists resided in expansive and opulent dwellings, replete with sophisticated comforts such as advanced hypocaust heating systems, intricately crafted mosaic floors, and exclusive private bath facilities, signifying their elevated status. Conversely, the burgeoning middle-class inhabitants, a cohort encompassing Roman citizens of moderate prosperity and enterprising local merchants, occupied more modest yet elegantly appointed residences. These homes subtly underscored their successful assimilation into the broader Roman social fabric and burgeoning economic structures. The working-class populace, in turn, found their lodgings in multi-story apartment blocks and more diminutive houses, which, while offering fundamental shelter, nonetheless adhered to the prevailing Roman urban standards for accommodation and public hygiene. The bustling commercial precincts within the nascent capital city were characterized by a vibrant array of shops, active workshops, extensive warehouses, and well-organized market complexes. These establishments were instrumental in sustaining both robust local economic vitality and intricate long-distance trade connections, thereby seamlessly integrating Dacia into the expansive Roman commercial networks. The systematic implementation of Roman commercial law, coupled with the introduction of standardized weights and measures, significantly streamlined transactional relationships, simultaneously affording crucial legal safeguards that actively stimulated both capital investment and overall economic prosperity. The market facilities themselves were intelligently designed, featuring distinct, specialized sections dedicated to various categories of merchandise. A notable emphasis was placed upon the lucrative trade in precious metals, a diverse range of agricultural commodities, and a variety of manufactured articles, all of which distinctly mirrored the province's paramount economic objectives and abundant resources. The religious architectural landscape of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa skillfully integrated both time-honored Roman temples and innovative syncretic religious edifices, which thoughtfully absorbed and adapted indigenous spiritual traditions within the parameters of acceptable Roman theological constructs. The imposing construction of a Capitolium, consecrated to the revered triad of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, unequivocally solidified the official Roman religious footprint within the province. Concurrently, various temples dedicated to a pantheon of other Roman deities furnished ample opportunities for worship for the diverse colonists arriving from disparate corners of the vast empire. Intriguingly, archaeological discoveries intimate that certain ancestral Dacian religious observances persisted, albeit in subtly modified iterations, carefully ensuring they posed no perceived threat to the established Roman political authority or the prevailing social hierarchy. The colossal colonization program systematically executed across Roman Dacia stands as one of the most sweeping population relocation endeavors recorded throughout the annals of Roman imperial history. This ambitious undertaking involved the systematic transplantation of settlers drawn from every corner of the vast empire, serving the dual purpose of firmly establishing Roman demographic supremacy and furnishing the essential skilled labor and administrative acumen indispensable for the comprehensive development of the new province. Emperor Trajan's meticulously crafted colonization policies were fundamentally designed to foster the emergence of robust and enduring Roman communities, capable of both upholding firm imperial control and assiduously extracting the fullest possible economic advantage from Dacia's abundant natural resources and its strategically pivotal geographical placement. The recruitment drive for these colonists drew extensively from the heterogeneous populations spanning the entirety of the Roman Empire. This included distinguished veterans of the recent Dacian campaigns, who were duly compensated with valuable land grants as a testament to their dedicated military service. Additionally, civilian volunteers were enticed by the burgeoning economic prospects available within a province renowned for its rich natural resources, alongside highly skilled craftsmen whose specialized expertise proved indispensable for the expansion of mining operations and the construction of essential urban infrastructure. This remarkable diversity in colonist origins fostered the genesis of truly cosmopolitan communities, which vividly mirrored the multicultural essence of Roman imperial society, yet steadfastly preserved a distinct Roman cultural and political identity. The strategic establishment of veteran settlements across Dacia served a dual purpose. They actively promoted significant agricultural development and concurrently bolstered military security. This was achieved through the deliberate creation of easily defensible communities, populated by battle-hardened soldiers who possessed the capability to swiftly neutralize any emergent security threats, while simultaneously cultivating robust and productive agricultural enterprises. These strategically vital veteran colonies were bestowed with generous land grants, meticulously encompassing both fertile agricultural parcels and valuable urban properties. Such provisions served as powerful economic inducements, specifically designed to foster and encourage permanent settlement among the former soldiers, while simultaneously ensuring their continued state of military preparedness. Compelling archaeological findings reveal that these veteran settlements were often characterized by highly standardized layouts, each featuring a robust central defensive position. This protective core was thoughtfully encircled by extensive agricultural lands, cultivated to ensure self-sufficiency and capable of sustaining the entire community's population, particularly during periods of unforeseen emergency or prolonged conflict. Roman Dacia attracted a diverse array of civilian settlers, encompassing enterprising merchants, skilled artisans, administrative personnel, and diligent agriculturalists. These individuals were drawn by the myriad economic prospects presented within a burgeoning province, where significant Roman capital injection and ambitious development initiatives generated a substantial requirement for a broad spectrum of proficiencies and specialized services. The imperial colonial governance actively cultivated this influx of new inhabitants by extending numerous inducements, such as generous fiscal exemptions, allocations of fertile land, and distinct legal prerogatives. This strategic approach not only stimulated migration, but also rigorously ensured that all incoming individuals possessed competencies deemed vital for the sustained advancement of the province. Consequently, the rigorous vetting procedure for civilian colonists meticulously prioritized candidates whose capacities promised substantial contributions to the regional economy, concurrently affirming their unwavering allegiance to the prevailing Roman political framework and cherished cultural tenets. The profound demographic restructuring of Dacia unfolded with methodical precision as Roman settlers methodically established new settlements across extensive territories. These lands had either been severely depopulated by the ravages of recent conflict, or had been deliberately vacated by indigenous Dacian inhabitants seeking refuge from the encroaching dominion of Rome. Contemporary population assessments indicate that the initial wave of Roman colonization alone introduced an impressive contingent of several 100,000 individuals into Dacia within the nascent generation of imperial administration. This influx effectively forged substantial Roman demographic majorities within pivotal urban hubs and strategically significant zones, while simultaneously preserving a more heterogeneous population mosaic in the countryside, where extant Dacian agrarian communities persisted in their cultivation endeavors under the vigilant oversight of Roman authority. Roman administrative bodies conscientiously enacted comprehensive integration strategies designed to forge cohesive provincial societies. These policies meticulously sought to merge the newly arrived Roman colonists with the indigenous Dacian communities that had endured, employing a sophisticated array of legal frameworks, economic incentives, and cultural initiatives. The overarching objective was to foster harmonious collaboration among the disparate groups, all the while unequivocally preserving Roman political supremacy. Among these concerted integration endeavors were the promotion of marital unions between Roman and Dacian individuals, the cultivation of synergistic economic alliances that skillfully blended Roman financial resources with invaluable local expertise and labor, and the establishment of robust educational curricula. These programs diligently imparted the Latin language and inculcated Roman societal norms to local inhabitants who aspired to upward mobility and greater participation within the imperial administrative structures. The systematic exploitation of Dacia's abundant natural resources commenced without delay in the wake of the triumphant military subjugation. Roman engineers and astute administrators promptly instituted meticulously organized extraction protocols, prioritizing the maximization of precious metal output while simultaneously fostering agricultural and commercial enterprises capable of underpinning enduring imperial financial commitments. Indeed, the fabled opulence of the Dacian gold deposits had constituted a paramount impetus for Emperor Trajan's decisive conquest. Consequently, the extensive Roman mining endeavors were engineered to glean the utmost value from these invaluable assets, diligently sustaining production quotas sufficient to bolster both indigenous provincial advancement and the coffers of the imperial treasury. Gold extraction activities situated within the mineral-rich Apuseni Mountains garnered immediate and keen focus from Roman engineering experts. These specialists arrived equipped with superior extraction methodologies and formidable organizational acumen, capacities poised to dramatically elevate production volumes far surpassing those attainable under prior Dacian stewardship. The sophisticated Roman mining protocols notably integrated ingenious hydraulic systems, which cleverly diverted watercourses to efficiently sluice gold-bearing gravels. Furthermore, they pioneered the construction of intricate underground shaft networks, providing access to deeper, more concentrated ore formations, alongside refined processing techniques that yielded substantially enhanced recovery rates from raw ore materials. Comprehensive archaeological inquiries conducted at notable locations such as Dacia, Montana, unequivocally disclose vast Roman mining complexes, replete with advanced processing plants, purpose-built housing for the substantial workforce, and elaborate administrative edifices, all designed to facilitate large-scale extraction enterprises. The sheer magnitude of Roman mining endeavors necessitated the deployment of immense labor contingents, comprising both free laborers, enticed by the prospect of comparatively generous remuneration, and enslaved populations, who performed the arduous manual tasks inherent in hazardous subterranean environments. Concomitantly, Roman mining communities cultivated unique social hierarchies, which inherently mirrored the perilous yet highly lucrative character of extractive industries. Within these societies, prosperous miners frequently amassed substantial fortunes, yet they remained acutely cognizant of the inherent occupational perils that rendered mining vocations simultaneously highly profitable and potentially ephemeral. The proliferation of these specialized mining settlements, in turn, mandated the establishment of extensive ancillary infrastructure, including robust provisions for foodstuffs, facilities for the fabrication of necessary tools and machinery, and intricate transportation arteries that seamlessly integrated the isolated mining districts with the expansive economic networks of the wider province. Concurrently, silver extraction operations served as a crucial adjunct to the primary gold mining activities, albeit demanding distinct technical methodologies and specialized processing techniques, which Roman engineers skillfully tailored to the specific local geological formations. In Dacian territories, silver ore deposits commonly manifested in conjunction with lead ore, necessitating intricate metallurgical procedures to effectively isolate the precious silver from the less valuable base metals. Roman metallurgists, renowned for their expertise, consequently erected advanced processing facilities capable of handling prodigious quantities of raw ore, while rigorously adhering to the exacting quality benchmarks indispensable for both monetary coinage and broader commercial applications. The seamless incorporation of silver mining outputs into the well-established Roman monetary apparatus yielded prompt economic advantages, concurrently fostering provincial prosperity through an augmented circulating currency and invigorated commercial transactions. Agricultural expansion across the expanse of Roman Dacia strategically prioritized a dual objective: ensuring sufficient subsistence output vital for sustaining the burgeoning populace, and cultivating commercial agriculture capable of generating substantial export earnings, while simultaneously diminishing reliance on external food provisions. The advanced Roman agrarian methodologies introduced into Dacian lands encompassed refined plowing techniques, sophisticated crop rotation schemata, and enhanced livestock husbandry practices, all meticulously designed to augment overall productivity while diligently preserving soil vitality over protracted durations. The naturally fecund plains and verdant valleys, which had historically sustained indigenous Dacian farming communities, furnished an exceptionally robust bedrock upon which to establish and significantly expand Roman agricultural enterprises. Roman settlers, hailing from their varied regions of origin, introduced a wealth of accumulated agricultural expertise, thereby fostering the emergence of multifaceted farming systems. These innovative approaches skillfully integrated characteristic Mediterranean crops with extant local agrarian customs, meticulously adapting them to Dacia's specific climatic patterns and soil compositions. Under Roman governance, the cultivation of staple grains like wheat and barley witnessed a marked and substantial proliferation, furnishing essential foodstuffs for both domestic consumption and lucrative export to neighboring provinces. Viticulture, the cultivation of grapevines, commanded a special focus, as Roman colonists assiduously established vineyards designed to yield wine for burgeoning local markets, simultaneously nurturing the potential to develop formidable export capacities capable of vying with established viticultural heartlands across the vast imperial domain. Under the vigilant stewardship of the Roman administration, livestock rearing enterprises experienced significant expansion as colonists meticulously introduced advanced breeding methodologies and refined management protocols. These innovations collectively augmented the output of vital commodities such as meat, dairy produce, leather, and wool, all indispensable for both domestic consumption and robust commercial exchange. Bovine husbandry, in particular, reaped considerable advantages from the sophisticated Roman veterinary science and rigorously applied selective breeding initiatives, which collectively enhanced animal vitality and overall productivity. Furthermore, the rearing of sheep and goats witnessed substantial growth, especially within the rugged mountainous terrains where these resilient animals could effectively exploit otherwise marginal grazing pastures, yielding copious quantities of wool and other valuable derivatives for both textile fabrication and lucrative export commerce. The seamless incorporation of Dacian producers into the expansive Roman trade networks afforded them unprecedented entry to burgeoning markets spanning the entire imperial dominion. This integration simultaneously generated a burgeoning demand for Dacian goods, thereby stimulating profound economic diversification and fostering significant regional development. The implementation of Roman commercial jurisprudence and universally accepted business protocols played a pivotal role in mitigating both transaction expenses and the pervasive legal ambiguities that had previously constrained commercial interactions, thereby empowering Dacian merchants to engage proficiently in lucrative long-distance trade. Moreover, the extensive construction of superior transportation infrastructure, encompassing durable roads, strategically placed bridges, and efficient port facilities, dramatically enhanced Dacia's connectivity with principal trade arteries, concurrently diminishing freight expenditures and expediting delivery schedules. The profound cultural metamorphosis of Dacia, orchestrated under the meticulous guidance of Roman administration, entailed a series of systematic initiatives designed to embed Roman linguistic conventions, legal frameworks, architectural styles, and societal norms. Simultaneously, these efforts prudently managed the enduring presence of indigenous traditions, particularly those that did not clash with the overarching imperial political agenda. Roman cultural directives were precisely formulated to cultivate provincial populaces that not only demonstrated unwavering fealty to imperial power, but also actively contributed to the region's economic vitality and social advancement. Consequently, these ambitious cultural transformative endeavors necessitated a delicate equilibrium, vigorously championing the tenets of Roman civilization while judiciously acknowledging local customs capable of being harmoniously integrated into permissible, syncretic cultural expressions. The pervasive adoption of the Latin language unfolded through a multifaceted array of avenues, notably encompassing mandatory official administrative stipulations, burgeoning educational prospects, and compelling economic inducements. These factors collectively rendered proficiency in Latin indispensable for upward mobility within the structured Roman social and economic hierarchies. Roman scholastic institutions, strategically founded in prominent urban agglomerations, offered comprehensive Latin instruction not only to the offspring of Roman colonists, but also to indigenous inhabitants eager to assimilate into the broader imperial societal fabric. The progressive diffusion of Latin across the Dacian provinces thus established a unified linguistic medium, simultaneously streamlining cultural amalgamation and significantly enhancing administrative efficacy. The systematic enforcement of Roman jurisprudence supplanted entrenched Dacian legal traditions with a comprehensive imperial legal framework, which instituted standardized protocols governing property ownership, commercial dealings, criminal adjudication, and civil litigation. The foundational tenets of Roman law underscored the primacy of codified statutes, formalized procedural steps, and established appellate mechanisms, thereby affording a degree of predictability and safeguarding of individual entitlements far superior to those offered by preceding tribal legal structures. Furthermore, the strategic extension of Roman citizenship opportunities to eligible local populations served as a powerful impetus for cultural assimilation, concurrently broadening the cohort of individuals endowed with the comprehensive spectrum of legal rights and imperial protections. Architectural transformations throughout Roman Dacia encompassed a multifaceted process, involving both the erection of novel edifices conforming to established Roman specifications and the adaptive modification of pre-existing structures to align with Roman functional imperatives and aesthetic inclinations. The introduction of Roman engineering prowess to Dacia brought forth innovative architectural methodologies, including the pioneering use of concrete construction, sophisticated arch and vault systems, advanced hypocaust heating mechanisms, and an array of elaborate decorative elements. These innovations not only showcased the formidable capabilities of Roman engineering, but also significantly enhanced structural utility and domestic comfort. Public buildings, meticulously fashioned in the distinctive Roman idiom, served a dual purpose. They fulfilled essential practical functions while simultaneously embodying profound symbolic significance, thereby powerfully projecting imperial civilization and authoritative governance. The application of Roman urban planning doctrines to Dacian settlements led to the creation of meticulously organized city layouts, characterized by efficient drainage systems, reliable water supply networks, systematic waste management protocols, and well-structured transportation routes. These comprehensive improvements profoundly elevated public health standards and the overall quality of life for inhabitants, simultaneously serving as tangible demonstrations of Roman administrative sagacity. The ambitious construction of aqueducts, intricate sewer systems, and robust paved streets in prominent settlements established a formidable infrastructure, capable of sustaining burgeoning populations while rigorously upholding the sanitary conditions vital for sustained urban development. Furthermore, an array of public amenities, including luxurious baths, grand theaters, and imposing amphitheaters, furnished abundant recreational and cultural avenues, thereby enriching urban existence and actively propagating Roman social customs and societal norms. Religious practices under the purview of Roman administration involved the systematic introduction of official Roman cults, while simultaneously permitting the continued observance of local religious traditions. These indigenous practices could either be judiciously adapted to conform with Roman frameworks or discreetly practiced in private, provided they posed no overt challenge to imperial authority. The strategic construction of Roman temples and the formal establishment of official priesthoods created a robust, institutional religious infrastructure designed to bolster imperial political authority while concurrently furnishing spiritual services for Roman colonists. Archaeological findings compellingly suggest that certain Dacian religious customs persisted, albeit in modified guises, particularly within rural enclaves where the pervasive influence of Roman culture remained comparatively attenuated. The enduring presence of Dacian traditions underscored both the inherent practical limitations encountered in cultural transformation endeavors and a deliberate Roman policy that sanctioned local customs, so long as they did not imperil political stability or economic productivity. Dacian craft traditions, far from being supplanted, continued their evolution in modified forms, deftly integrating Roman techniques and aesthetic preferences while steadfastly retaining their distinctive local characteristics. The venerable Dacian metalwork skills, honed over generations, proved particularly invaluable to Roman mining and manufacturing operations, thereby generating compelling economic incentives for the preservation and further development of indigenous technical expertise. Archaeological evidence unearthed from Roman Dacian sites offers compelling insights into a complex process of cultural synthesis, wherein Roman and Dacian cultures merged to form a new cultural entity. Dacian elements were intricately interwoven. This fusion resulted in the emergence of distinctive provincial cultures, powerfully reflecting both imperial integration and nuanced local adaptation. A detailed examination of pottery styles, decorative motifs, burial practices, and domestic architectural forms consistently reveals compelling evidence of cultural intermingling, culminating in the production of hybrid forms that gracefully incorporated elements drawn from both revered traditions. These invaluable archaeological materials unequivocally demonstrate that cultural transformation within Roman Dacia was a process characterized by mutual adaptation, rather than a simplistic replacement of indigenous traditions with Roman customs. The gradual development of a distinct Romano-Dacian cultural identity unfolded over generations of intricate interaction between Roman colonists and the local populations. This prolonged engagement fostered provincial cultures that maintained unwavering loyalty to Roman political authority, yet simultaneously incorporated local elements that eloquently reflected specific regional conditions and unique historical experiences. This profound cultural synthesis provided the bedrock for a stable provincial society, one capable of effectively supporting Roman economic and political objectives, while simultaneously preserving social cohesion and cultural continuity. Such a delicate balance proved instrumental in facilitating long-term imperial control over territories that had, in preceding eras, vehemently resisted Roman expansion through fierce and protracted military opposition. The comprehensive Romanization policies rigorously implemented throughout Dacia during the reigns of Emperor Trajan and his successors, despite their systematic nature and formidable imperial backing, proved ultimately incapable of entirely eradicating the deeply rooted cultural traditions and resilient population groups that had flourished over centuries of independent Dacian civilization. Even as Roman colonists solidified their dominant positions within burgeoning urban centers and the most fertile agricultural regions, substantial Dacian communities steadfastly persisted in remote mountainous areas. In these isolated enclaves, Roman administrative control remained significantly limited, allowing traditional ways of life to continue with minimal interference from imperial authorities. These enduring populations not only maintained their physical presence, but also meticulously preserved crucial elements of Dacian cultural identity, which would demonstrate remarkable resilience throughout the entire period of Roman occupation. The formidable Carpathian mountain ranges served as natural refuges for those Dacian populations who consciously chose resistance over accommodation, thereby fostering isolated communities that diligently safeguarded traditional social structures, religious practices, and economic activities, effectively placing them beyond the reach of systematic Roman cultural transformation efforts. Archaeological evidence gleaned from high-altitude settlements consistently indicates the continued occupation of sites that had been established during the pre-conquest period, with the material culture revealing a gradual adaptation to changed circumstances rather than a complete abandonment of time-honored practices. These resilient mountain communities ingeniously developed sophisticated strategies for preserving their autonomy while assiduously avoiding direct confrontation with Roman military forces, which might otherwise have resulted in their utter destruction or forced relocation. The persistence of traditional Dacian settlements in challenging terrains, such as the Retezat Mountains, the Fogarash Range, and the secluded valleys of the Apuseni Mountains, reflected both inherent geographical advantages and deliberate, well-conceived strategies for cultural preservation. These strategic locations offered naturally defensive terrain that rendered Roman military operations arduous and prohibitively expensive, while simultaneously providing access to vital natural resources, including timber, expansive pasture land, and valuable mineral deposits, all of which could sustain self-sufficient communities. The inherently scattered nature of these settlements rendered systematic Roman control impractical, as the considerable costs associated with maintaining permanent garrisons in remote mountain locations far outweighed any potential economic or strategic benefits. Dacian resistance activities during the Roman period manifested in a variety of forms, ranging from passive non-compliance with imperial administrative requirements to active sabotage directed against Roman economic and military installations. Mountain-based Dacian communities periodically conducted swift raids against Roman mining operations, disrupted critical transportation networks, and targeted isolated settlements, all while meticulously avoiding major confrontations that might provoke overwhelming Roman retaliation. These audacious resistance activities demanded meticulous coordination among widely scattered communities and the establishment of sophisticated intelligence networks capable of vigilantly monitoring Roman activities. This allowed for the strategic planning of operations designed to maximize damage to imperial interests, while simultaneously minimizing risks to the Dacian populations. The intricate organization of resistance activities powerfully reflected traditional Dacian military culture, astutely adapted to the harsh realities of operating under Roman occupation. Small, agile bands of warriors meticulously maintained their traditional weaponry and fighting techniques, while concurrently developing innovative tactics specifically suited to guerrilla warfare against Roman targets. The iconic falx continued to serve a dual role, functioning as both a practical weapon and a potent symbol of Dacian resistance. Archaeological discoveries from this period consistently reveal the continued production and active use of these distinctive curved blades in areas beyond direct Roman control. Resistance leaders invariably emerged from the traditional warrior classes, possessing both the requisite military skills and the community authority essential for organizing and sustaining protracted opposition activities. Intelligence networks providing critical support to Dacian resistance operations encompassed both formal communication systems established among mountain communities and informal information gathering through discreet contacts with Romanized Dacians who covertly harbored sympathies for independence movements. These invaluable networks furnished essential intelligence regarding Roman military movements, administrative policies, and economic activities, thereby enabling resistance groups to plan highly effective operations while adeptly evading Roman countermeasures. The remarkable effectiveness of Dacian intelligence gathering reflected both time-honored tribal communication methods and astute adaptations learned through careful observation of Roman administrative and military procedures. Economic activities within resistant Dacian communities staunchly emphasized self-sufficiency and traditional production methods that could operate independently of Roman commercial systems, while simultaneously providing the necessary goods and services for community survival. Traditional metalworking continued to thrive in remote areas, where skilled Dacian smiths produced tools, weapons, and intricate decorative objects using techniques that had been refined over generations of independent cultural development. Agricultural practices steadfastly maintained traditional crop varieties and farming methods, which were exceptionally well adapted to local environmental conditions and required minimal external inputs or commercial relationships. The steadfast adherence to religious practices among the resilient Dacian communities effectively safeguarded traditional Zalmoxian worship and its accompanying ritualistic observances, thereby fostering profound spiritual links with their ancestral pre-conquest cultural heritage. Within the secluded sanctuary of remote mountain ranges, hallowed groves and revered religious locales persistently functioned as epicenters for time-honored ceremonies and communal convocations. These gatherings not only solidified the bonds of cultural cohesion, but also furnished a potent spiritual rationale for their unwavering opposition to Roman dominion. The enduring vitality of these indigenous religious customs underscored a dual commitment: a sincere devotion to their spiritual tenets and a calculated stratagem for cultural preservation, both instrumental in upholding a unique Dacian identity. Notwithstanding the Roman Empire's concerted endeavors to propagate its own imperial religious frameworks, substantial enclaves of autonomous Dacian tribes, extending beyond the fortified mountainous strongholds of active defiance, successfully preserved their sovereignty along the sprawling peripheries of Roman territorial dominion. In these distant reaches, the formidable grip of imperial authority progressively attenuated, its influence waning proportionally with the increased distance from pivotal administrative hubs and formidable military garrisons. Among these independent Dacian factions, the Carpi emerged as the preeminent and most intricately structured confederation, asserting dominion over the expansive region nestled between the majestic Carpathian Mountains and the meandering Dniester River. Their prominence was not merely numerical, but also organizational. Compelling archaeological findings corroborate that the Carpi cultivated and sustained an impressively sophisticated political infrastructure, formidable military prowess, and intricate economic frameworks. These advanced systems empowered them to operate effectively as fully autonomous political entities, simultaneously navigating a labyrinth of intricate diplomatic and commercial engagements with both the formidable Roman authorities and various other neighboring barbarian societies. The extensive Carpi tribal confederation comprised a multitude of distinct subgroups, collectively exerting control over vast tracts of land corresponding to contemporary eastern Romania and Moldova. This dynamic entity meticulously upheld traditional Dacian cultural customs, even as it pragmatically adjusted to the dramatically altered strategic landscape forged by Roman imperial expansion. Carpi settlements were notably characterized by robust defensive fortifications, which ingeniously integrated time-honored Dacian construction methodologies with innovative architectural principles assimilated through astute observation of Roman military engineering. The geographical dispersion of Carpi archaeological sites distinctly reveals a meticulous territorial organization, strategically positioned to command crucial river crossings, vital trade arteries, and fertile agricultural zones, all while diligently preserving intricate communication channels among their geographically dispersed tribal segments. The Carpi's military apparatus skillfully perpetuated the venerable Dacian warrior culture, simultaneously evolving specialized capabilities indispensable for directly engaging formidable Roman military legions and vigorously contesting with other barbarian peoples for paramount territorial control and valuable economic assets. Carpi combatants persistently wielded the iconic falx weapons, distinctive curved blades renowned for their devastating cutting power, in conjunction with a standard array of spears, protective shields, and proficient archery equipment. This diverse arsenal afforded them remarkable tactical versatility, allowing for effective adaptation across a spectrum of varying combat scenarios. The institutionalized existence of dedicated professional warrior classes within Carpi society facilitated the execution of prolonged and sustained military operations, critically underpinning their defense. Concurrently, these warrior traditions served as a powerful emblem, meticulously preserving the cultural distinctiveness that unequivocally differentiated Carpi identity from both the encroaching Roman civilization and the myriad other barbarian cultures surrounding them. Within the sprawling Carpi territories, the established political frameworks meticulously upheld time-honored Dacian leadership paradigms, yet simultaneously exhibited a remarkable adaptability to the intricate diplomatic exigencies inherent in navigating a geopolitical landscape where numerous formidable powers fiercely vied for regional ascendancy and dominion. Carpi chieftains masterfully calibrated their intricate relationships with the influential Roman authorities, disparate Dacian factions, formidable Germanic tribes, and the nomadic Sarmatian peoples. This delicate equilibrium was maintained through a repertoire of astute diplomatic strategies, all meticulously crafted to safeguard Carpi sovereignty and avert devastating conflicts that could potentially culminate in irreversible territorial forfeitures or widespread population displacement. The profound sophistication evident in Carpi diplomatic endeavors was a testament to both their inherited, traditional Dacian political acumen and the invaluable sagacity accrued over generations of sustained interaction with a diverse mosaic of cultures and intricate political systems. The economic undertakings prevalent among the Carpi populace strategically underscored a dual approach: a reliance on traditional subsistence production methods alongside the cultivation of robust commercial relationships. These vital trade networks afforded them crucial access to an array of coveted goods and essential raw materials not readily procurable within their own territorial confines. Carpi agricultural methodologies diligently preserved ancestral crop varieties while judiciously integrating novel innovations specifically designed to augment productivity and bolster food security for their communities. Their comprehensive livestock operations primarily centered on the rearing of cattle, sheep, and horses, animals that furnished both indispensable subsistence provisions and valuable commodities for reciprocal exchange with neighboring societies. Furthermore, a vibrant craft production sector encompassed skilled metalworking, intricate pottery, sophisticated textile manufacturing, and meticulous woodworking, each discipline contributing significantly to fulfilling both internal domestic requirements and generating an assortment of exportable products destined for lucrative commercial exchange. Another formidable and influential free Dacian tribal entity, the Costoboci, steadfastly upheld their autonomy within the rugged mountainous expanse situated between Dacia proper and the sun-drenched Black Sea littoral. This resilient group meticulously safeguarded their traditional cultural practices while concurrently cultivating specialized economic endeavors that served as robust cornerstones for their enduring political independence. Costoboci territories strategically encompassed critical mountain passes and fertile river valleys, thereby commanding vital access thoroughfares linking Roman Dacia with the resource-rich Pontic region. This exceptional geographical positioning conferred significant strategic advantages, proving instrumental in their triumphant resistance against Roman expansionist aspirations. Archaeological findings unearthed from various Costoboci sites conclusively point to an uninterrupted habitation of their ancestral settlement locations, with their material culture distinctly showcasing both an unwavering cultural continuity and a discerning, selective assimilation of external influences. The intricate social organization of the Costoboci diligently preserved their traditional tribal structures, while simultaneously fostering the evolution of specialized roles and institutional frameworks deemed essential for adeptly managing multifaceted relationships with adjacent peoples and for skillfully adjusting to the fluctuating economic and political currents of their era. Costoboci communities were characteristically composed of both established agricultural settlements, nestled within verdant, fertile valleys, and nomadic pastoral groups who expertly exploited mountain grazing areas through well-established seasonal migration patterns. The thoughtful integration of these distinct agricultural and pastoral economic pursuits afforded a crucial layer of economic diversification, which in turn significantly bolstered community resilience and stability, all while meticulously upholding the time-honored cultural practices intrinsically linked with each respective lifestyle. The formidable military capabilities observed among the Costoboci populace vividly manifested both the enduring spirit of traditional Dacian warrior culture and the astute adaptations deemed imperative for successfully defending their rugged mountainous territories against a diverse array of external aggressions. Costoboci defensive fortifications ingeniously integrated inherent natural defensive attributes of the landscape, such as steep cliffs and dense forests, with judiciously added constructed elements. These enhancements significantly augmented their defensive efficacy without necessitating colossal expenditures of labor or resources. The supremely strategic geographical placement of Costoboci domains empowered them to effectively command critical access routes, simultaneously facilitating the maintenance of intricate communication networks with other autonomous Dacian confederations and cultivating potential alliances among various neighboring ethnic groups. Religious observances among the various free Dacian tribes meticulously safeguarded their ancestral spiritual convictions and time-honored ritualistic activities, concurrently exhibiting a remarkable capacity for adaptation to evolving circumstances that necessitated refined methodologies for communal religious life. Venerable sacred sites steadfastly continued to function as pivotal hubs for profound religious observances, even as novel ritual practices progressively emerged. These new rituals were specifically formulated to confront the unique challenges intrinsically linked with preserving a distinctive cultural identity amidst relentless external pressures. The unwavering persistence of traditional religious practices within these independent Dacian populations furnished indispensable spiritual underpinnings for their cultural resistance, simultaneously sustaining the vital community cohesion essential for their effective political and military organization. Compelling archaeological evidence pertaining to the enduring presence of Dacian cultural components within the confines of Roman Dacia illuminates intricate paradigms of cultural persistence, astute adaptation, and innovative synthesis. These patterns unequivocally underscore the inherent limitations of the Roman Empire's cultural transformation endeavors. Notwithstanding their systematic deployment and formidable imperial backing, material culture unearthed from Roman Dacian sites consistently reveals the sustained fabrication and utilization of artifacts that conspicuously integrate distinctively Dacian design motifs, traditional manufacturing techniques, and characteristic functional attributes, often existing in parallel with Roman-style artifacts. Such archaeological findings cogently suggest that Dacian cultural traditions tenaciously endured, not solely among defiant populations ensconced in remote, inaccessible regions, but also vibrantly within Romanized communities where the dynamic interplay of cultural mixing gave rise to fascinating hybrid forms that skillfully preserved quintessential Dacian elements within broadly acceptable Roman societal structures. Across the expanse of Roman Dacia, pottery production consistently featured vessels that meticulously employed traditional Dacian forms, intricate decorative motifs, and time-honored manufacturing techniques. Concurrently, these creations judiciously incorporated Roman stylistic elements and practical functional requirements, illustrating a nuanced cultural dialogue. A rigorous archaeological analysis of ceramic assemblages recovered from both bustling urban centers and tranquil rural sites unmistakably unveils a gradual yet discernible evolution of pottery styles. These evolving forms steadfastly retained recognizable Dacian characteristics, even as they skillfully adapted to prevailing Roman cultural preferences and pragmatic utilitarian demands. The enduring prevalence of traditional pottery forms eloquently signifies a dual phenomenon: their uninterrupted utilization by indigenous Dacian populations and a discernible appreciation by Roman colonists, many of whom evidently recognized the functional superiority of local ceramic traditions for specific domestic and industrial applications. The rich metalwork traditions flourishing within Roman Dacia assiduously preserved distinctive Dacian techniques and inherent aesthetic preferences, while simultaneously integrating Roman technological advancements and influential stylistic trends. Archaeological excavations have yielded a wealth of metal artifacts from the Roman period, encompassing exquisite jewelry, utilitarian tools, and ornate decorative objects. These pieces frequently exhibit a compelling fusion of Roman and Dacian design elements, giving rise to unique and recognizable provincial styles. The sustained fabrication of falx weapons, even when manifesting in subtly modified configurations, serves as a powerful testament to the enduring vitality of traditional metalwork skills and deeply ingrained cultural symbols, persisting resolutely despite the Roman administration's concerted efforts to tightly regulate weapon production and actively dissuade any forms of indigenous resistance. Resilience of ancient Dacian cultural traditions. Across Roman Dacia, the intricate tapestry of funerary customs vividly illustrates a profound cultural amalgamation, where the venerable Roman burial rites seamlessly intertwined with the indigenous Dacian mortuary practices. This synthesis birthed distinctive hybrid burial traditions, serving as eloquent testimonials to both the pervasive imperial cultural influence and the resilient local cultural persistence. Archaeological excavations of ancient cemeteries have consistently unearthed graves containing a fascinating juxtaposition of Roman-style grave goods alongside artifacts that unmistakably echo traditional Dacian spiritual beliefs and their deeply rooted cultural practices. The remarkable heterogeneity observed in burial customs within individual cemeteries underscores the intricate cultural intermingling among diverse populations, encompassing Roman colonists, Romanized Dacians, and those steadfast individuals who maintained unwavering fidelity to their ancestral cultural practices. The rich tapestry of place name evidence, meticulously preserved throughout the former Roman province of Dacia, offers invaluable insights into the enduring survival of Dacian linguistic and cultural elements. Despite the vigorous Romanization campaigns and the significant demographic shifts that characterized this era, a meticulous analysis of toponyms reveals a multitude of place names unmistakably rooted in Dacian linguistic origins. This phenomenon strongly suggests either the continued inhabitation by Dacian-speaking communities or a powerful cultural memory that assiduously safeguarded traditional geographical designations, even in the face of profound political and demographic transformations. Intriguingly, the geographical distribution of these Dacian-derived place names closely mirrors areas where archaeological findings consistently indicate a persistent presence of Dacian cultural elements, thereby implying systematic patterns of cultural survival rather than the haphazard preservation of isolated linguistic fragments. The names of rivers traversing the majestic Carpathian region provide particularly compelling evidence of Dacian linguistic tenacity, with several major waterways retaining appellations that can be unequivocally traced back to pre-Roman Dacian linguistic traditions. The Mureș, Olt, Jiu, and a host of smaller rivers proudly bear names derived from Dacian linguistic roots, suggesting either their continuous usage by Dacian-speaking populations or the judicious adoption of these venerable names by subsequent populations who recognized their inherent geographical aptness. The enduring persistence of these river names not only reflects practical considerations pertinent to navigation and commerce, but also underscores a profound cultural continuity that meticulously preserved traditional geographical knowledge across successive political transitions. Similarly, the nomenclature of mountains and hills scattered across the former Dacian territories faithfully preserves numerous instances of pre-Roman linguistic elements, serving as indicators of either population continuity or a robust cultural memory that steadfastly maintained traditional geographical designations. An exhaustive analysis of mountain names reveals consistent patterns that align precisely with areas where other corroborating evidence points to persistent Dacian cultural elements. This correlation implies a coordinated preservation of traditional geographical knowledge rather than the random survival of isolated linguistic fragments. These distinctive toponymic patterns furnish crucial evidence for comprehending the geographical spread of cultural survival and illuminate the intricate mechanisms through which traditional knowledge was meticulously transmitted across generations. The names of settlements throughout the region encompass a significant number of examples that seamlessly integrate Dacian linguistic elements, appearing either as complete, unadulterated traditional names or as integral components within hybrid designations that artfully combine Dacian and Latin elements. An in-depth analysis of settlement toponymy unveils complex patterns of cultural interaction that engendered diverse forms of linguistic synthesis, each reflecting varying degrees of Romanization and cultural metamorphosis. While some settlements steadfastly retained their traditional Dacian names throughout the entire Roman period, others evolved hybrid names that ingeniously incorporated both Dacian and Roman elements, thereby eloquently reflecting their intrinsically mixed cultural character. Within Roman Dacia, religious practices remarkably preserved numerous vestiges of traditional Dacian spiritual beliefs and ritualistic activities, notwithstanding the official promotion of Roman religious systems and the extensive construction of Roman temples and various religious institutions. Archaeological investigations consistently indicate the continued utilization of traditional sacred sites, often adorned with modifications that skillfully integrated Roman architectural elements while scrupulously maintaining their essential Dacian ritualistic functions. The enduring persistence of traditional religious practices attests to both a genuine spiritual devotion and a deliberate, concerted effort at cultural preservation, which meticulously sustained a distinctive Dacian identity within the broadly acceptable frameworks of Roman imperial culture. So, the revered traditions of sacred groves persisted in modified forms throughout the Roman period, with archaeological evidence clearly indicating a sustained reverence for specific forest locations that had served profound religious functions during the pre-conquest era. These hallowed sacred sites frequently received architectural enhancements that incorporated sophisticated Roman construction techniques, all the while meticulously preserving their essential ritualistic spaces and traditional ceremonial functions. The continued veneration and use of sacred groves signify both the unwavering persistence of traditional spiritual beliefs and the inherent flexibility of Roman religious policies, which judiciously permitted local practices that did not overtly challenge the paramount imperial political authority. Funerary practices throughout Roman Dacia intricately wove together traditional Dacian beliefs concerning death and the afterlife with established Roman mortuary customs, giving rise to syncretic burial traditions that eloquently reflected a complex cultural amalgamation. Archaeological scrutiny of cemetery sites uncovers burial practices that incorporate traditional Dacian grave goods, specific ritual procedures, and distinctive spatial organization, all harmoniously combined with Roman funeral customs, and notably Christian influences that emerged during the later imperial period. The remarkable diversity in burial practices unequivocally indicates a sustained cultural complexity rather than a simplistic replacement of traditional customs with Roman alternatives. Material culture provides substantial evidence for Dacian cultural persistence through numerous categories of artifacts that steadfastly maintained traditional forms, distinctive decorative elements, and established manufacturing techniques, even while judiciously incorporating selective Roman influences. Traditional Dacian jewelry styles continued to be produced throughout the Roman period, with archaeological discoveries consistently revealing brooches, bracelets, and various other ornamental objects that preserved distinctive Dacian aesthetic preferences while ingeniously integrating Roman technical innovations and decorative motifs. The sustained production of traditional jewelry styles attests to both an enduring cultural preference and a robust market demand that actively supported the perpetuation of traditional craft skills. Textile production throughout Roman Dacia meticulously maintained traditional techniques and decorative patterns, simultaneously incorporating Roman materials and stylistic influences, thereby creating distinctive hybrid textile traditions. Archaeological evidence pertaining to textile production, including spindle whorls, loom weights, and fragments of fabric, unequivocally demonstrates the continued application of traditional manufacturing methods alongside the adoption of Roman textile technologies. The careful preservation of traditional textile patterns and techniques reflects both practical considerations linked to local environmental conditions and profound cultural preferences that diligently maintained distinctive Dacian aesthetic traditions. The pivotal role of Dacian cultural heritage in the subsequent formation of later Daco-Romanian identity stands as one of the most profound and intensely debated facets of Southeastern European ethnogenesis. This intricate process involved complex mechanisms of cultural transmission, linguistic evolution, and identity crystallization that unfolded over many centuries following the Roman withdrawal from Dacia. The precise relationship between ancient Dacian cultural elements and the subsequent development of Romanian culture necessitates a meticulous analysis of archaeological, linguistic, and historical evidence, while concurrently acknowledging the inherent limitations and uncertainties involved in tracing cultural continuity across protracted periods of profound political and demographic flux. Linguistic evidence supporting Dacian cultural continuity in later Romanian development includes discernible substrate elements within the Romanian language that appear to originate from pre-Roman linguistic traditions, although the precise identification and scholarly interpretation of these elements remain subjects of ongoing academic discourse. Romanian linguistic features that may potentially reflect Dacian influence encompass specific phonological characteristics, distinct vocabulary items, and particular grammatical structures that diverge from standard Latin development patterns, possibly indicating influence from non-Latin linguistic traditions. The rigorous analysis of these potential Dacian substrate elements demands careful consideration of alternative explanations, including possible influences from other non-Latin languages and internal linguistic developments that might have independently produced similar outcomes. The geographical distribution of Romanian-speaking populations partially correlates with areas that were formerly under Roman control. Though the intricate relationship between ancient territorial boundaries and later linguistic distribution involves complex historical processes that cannot be simplistically explained through direct cultural continuity. Romanian linguistic development occurred within a broader, dynamic context of population movements, significant political transformations, and multifaceted cultural interactions, all of which profoundly influenced linguistic evolution in ways that may have obscured or subtly modified the original relationships between ancient and medieval cultural patterns. Later, Romanian populations exhibit cultural patterns containing numerous elements that might suggest an enduring connection to ancient Dacian traditions. Nevertheless, discerning precise links demands meticulous scholarly investigation, one that carefully differentiates between genuine historical continuity and mere coincidental resemblances. Such similarities could arise from parallel environmental conditions or independent cultural evolution. Within the tapestry of traditional Romanian life, including its agricultural methods, artisanal crafts, spiritual customs, and societal structures, one can identify characteristics potentially rooted in pre-Roman cultural heritage. Yet, to conclusively establish direct continuity, unequivocal evidence is required, capable of distinguishing truly inherited cultural components from practices adopted later or developed autonomously. The gradual weakening of Roman dominion over the province of Dacia commenced substantially prior to Emperor Aurelian's official decree to relinquish the territory in 271 AD. This decision reflected the escalating pressures that had accumulated throughout the tumultuous 3rd century. The period known as the Crisis of the 3rd century had severely strained Roman military capacities, pushing them to their absolute limits. With concurrent threats emerging across multiple imperial frontiers, commanders were compelled to make increasingly difficult strategic choices. They had to determine which territories could be effectively defended and which represented unsustainable drains on the empire's already dwindling resources. Despite its fabled reserves of gold, the Dacian province had become progressively costly to maintain. This was primarily due to the intensifying barbarian incursions and the spiraling expenses associated with frontier defense, which ultimately surpassed any economic advantages that could be garnered from the region. Gothic raids into Dacia, for instance, had begun as early as 238 AD. These formidable Germanic peoples breached the Danube River and advanced deep into Roman domains, starkly illustrating the inherent vulnerability of the province's extensive and exposed frontier defenses. The Goths possessed formidable military prowess that Roman legions found exceptionally challenging to counter effectively, particularly their remarkable mobility and their capacity to swiftly concentrate forces against isolated Roman positions before retreating to territories beyond imperial reach. These destructive raids inflicted considerable damage upon Roman settlements, vital mining operations, and crucial transportation networks, simultaneously generating profound psychological distress among the colonist populations, who increasingly doubted the imperial government's capacity to provide adequate security. The Carpi, those independent free Dacian tribes who had steadfastly preserved their autonomy beyond the official Roman territorial boundaries, dramatically intensified their own raiding activities during this period of pronounced Roman weakness. Their objective was to reclaim ancestral lands that had been forcibly annexed during Emperor Trajan's conquest. Carpi military operations were characterized by sophisticated planning and impressive coordination, meticulously targeting Roman supply lines, isolated garrisons, and critical economic installations, all while judiciously avoiding large-scale confrontations that might provoke overwhelming Roman retaliation. The enduring persistence of Carpi resistance movements underscored both their opportunistic aggression and a systematic endeavor to undermine Roman authority over territories that Carpi chieftains unequivocally considered their rightful Dacian patrimony. Adding another layer of complex barbarian pressure confronting Roman Dacia were the Sarmatian peoples, formidable horsemen hailing from the eastern steppes. Executing lightning-fast cavalry raids, these Sarmatian warriors masterfully exploited their superior mobility to strike Roman settlements with devastating effect, then swiftly withdraw before any organized Roman defensive forces could effectively respond. Sarmatian military doctrine placed a strong emphasis on rapid movement and hit-and-run tactics, designed to maximally disrupt Roman economic activities while deliberately eschewing prolonged pitched battles that might otherwise favor the structured organization and superior equipment of the Roman military. The combined and unrelenting pressure from the Goths, Carpi, and Sarmatians engineered a scenario of multiple simultaneous threats that far exceeded Roman defensive capabilities, especially given the critically limited military resources then available for frontier protection. Roman military responses to these mounting and diverse pressures starkly illuminated the fundamental strategic dilemma confronting imperial commanders, who simply lacked sufficient forces to adequately defend all threatened positions while simultaneously preserving the offensive capabilities deemed necessary for a decisive victory over their barbarian adversaries. Defensive strategies, which typically involved concentrating Roman forces within heavily fortified positions, undeniably offered enhanced protection for specific, strategically important locations. However, this approach inadvertently ceded vast swathes of territory to barbarian control, effectively relinquishing imperial authority over these areas while failing to address the fundamental underlying security challenges. Conversely, offensive operations, designed to decisively defeat barbarian forces within their own homelands, would have necessitated military resources that were urgently required for the defense of far more strategically vital regions, situated closer to the very heartland of the Roman Empire. The financial burden of maintaining Roman control over Dacia escalated dramatically as military expenditures soared while the province's productive capacity plummeted, a direct consequence of incessant warfare and the widespread displacement of its population. Gold mining operations, which had historically served as the primary economic rationale for retaining Roman dominion, suffered severe and systemic disruption. Barbarian raids specifically targeted crucial mining installations and the intricate transportation networks essential for conveying precious metals to imperial mints and treasuries. Agricultural output across the entire province experienced a significant decline as rural populations, facing constant danger, either sought refuge in fortified strongholds or abandoned the region altogether. This exodus drastically diminished the tax base that was indispensable for funding military expenses. Urban centers throughout Roman Dacia witnessed a profound reduction in population, as both Roman colonists and Romanized inhabitants sought greater security in more stable and protected regions of the vast empire. Archaeological findings from prominent cities such as Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa provide compelling evidence of this decline, indicating reduced construction activity, the abandonment of residential districts, and the implementation of defensive modifications to public buildings. all of which vividly reflect the rapidly deteriorating security situation. The elaborate urban infrastructure, once a proud testament to Roman civilization's achievements in Dacia, progressively succumbed to disrepair. This decay was largely due to the diversion of essential maintenance resources towards pressing military requirements, coupled with a shrinking population that reduced the demand for urban services. Imperial decision-making regarding Dacia's ultimate fate involved intricate calculations, meticulously weighing the province's economic contribution against the exorbitant costs of its continued defense and the profound strategic implications inherent in its territorial abandonment. Emperor Aurelian's comprehensive assessment ultimately concluded that Dacia had transformed into a significant strategic liability, absorbing invaluable military resources urgently needed for the defense of more critical frontiers, while simultaneously providing insufficient economic benefits to justify ongoing imperial investment. The emperor fully recognized that the act of abandoning Dacia would inevitably generate substantial propaganda challenges and potentially embolden barbarian aggression elsewhere across the empire. However, when evaluating the practical alternatives, they appeared even more fraught with peril, given the empire's critically limited resources and the multitude of simultaneous threats it faced on all fronts. The execution of the withdrawal from Dacia unfolded in a meticulously systematic manner. Roman administrators diligently organized the evacuation of Roman citizens, military personnel, and any portable wealth deemed valuable, while simultaneously undertaking the strategic destruction of installations that might otherwise benefit barbarian occupiers. Roman engineers methodically demolished fortifications, vital mining equipment, and critical transportation infrastructure to prevent their utilization by hostile forces. Concurrently, disciplined military units conducted organized withdrawals, providing essential protection for civilian evacuees during their arduous journey to territories considered safer and more secure. The complex evacuation process necessitated exceptionally careful coordination among military commanders, civilian administrators, and local leaders. They were tasked with the delicate balancing act of reconciling stringent security requirements with severe logistical constraints and intricate political considerations. The resettlement of Dacian evacuees primarily occurred in the Moesian provinces, situated south of the Danube River. Here, imperial administrators diligently established new communities, meticulously designed to allow the resettled populations to maintain their distinctive Dacian cultural identity while simultaneously integrating them into the existing provincial structures. The creation of the new province of Dacia Aureliana provided a formal administrative framework for these relocated populations, thereby preserving the symbolic continuity of Roman identity despite the physical abandonment of the original Dacian territory. Archaeological discoveries unearthed in the resettlement areas offer compelling evidence that the evacuees transported significant portable wealth with them and steadfastly upheld distinctive cultural practices that clearly differentiated them from the pre-existing provincial populations. The far-reaching, long-term repercussions of the Roman withdrawal from Dacia extended profoundly beyond the immediate strategic and economic implications. This pivotal event fundamentally reshaped the demographic and cultural landscape of southeastern Europe in ways that would exert a lasting influence on regional development for many centuries to come. The cessation of systematic Roman administration and military protection in the region created significant power vacuums, which various barbarian peoples eagerly competed to fill. This ensuing competition triggered complex population movements and extensive territorial reorganizations, ultimately establishing entirely new political and cultural patterns throughout the entire Carpathian region. Gothic settlement in the former Roman Dacian territories proceeded gradually. These Germanic peoples steadily asserted control over strategic locations, simultaneously adapting to the agricultural and economic opportunities readily available in regions that had previously flourished under sophisticated Roman administration and development. Gothic communities judiciously utilized Roman infrastructure where it remained functional and serviceable, even as they progressively developed their own unique settlement patterns and economic activities. These new practices distinctly reflected their inherent cultural traditions and their specific environmental adaptations. The subsequent integration of these Gothic populations with the surviving Romanized inhabitants and indigenous elements fostered a complex process of cultural mixing. This dynamic interplay ultimately gave rise to novel, hybrid communities, each possessing its own distinctive and emergent characteristics. The vexing historical inquiry concerning population persistence or cessation within post-Roman Dacia stands as one of the most vigorously debated topics in southeastern European historiography. This discourse carries profound implications for comprehending the genesis of subsequent Romanian national identity and its distinctive cultural trajectory. The continuity theory, a prominent viewpoint, posits that substantial Romanized communities remained entrenched in Dacia even after the imperial administration's withdrawal. These enduring populations are believed to have meticulously preserved their Latin-based linguistic and cultural traditions, thereby laying the essential groundwork for the subsequent ethnogenesis of the Romanian people. Archaeological findings lending credence to the notion of continuity encompass material culture that exhibits uninterrupted developmental trajectories, evidence of sustained occupation at various settlement sites, and a range of cultural practices that seemingly bridge the chronological chasm between the Roman and medieval eras. Conversely, proponents of the migration theory contend that the Roman withdrawal entailed a comprehensive and systematic evacuation of the populace, leaving Dacia largely devoid of inhabitants. According to this perspective, the region remained sparsely populated until later waves of Slavic and other migratory groups arrived, who then, through interaction with surviving Romance-speaking communities in adjacent territories, gradually assimilated Latin-based linguistic components. This alternative interpretation underscores the profound disruption wrought by incessant barbarian incursions, highlights the methodical character of Roman evacuation protocols, and points to the comparatively sparse archaeological evidence for uninterrupted human presence at numerous locations spanning the late Roman and early medieval periods. Moving to the linguistic realm, the evidence pertaining to Daco-Romanian continuity involves a meticulous analysis of substrate elements embedded within the Romanian language, which may originate from pre-Roman Dacian tongues. It also encompasses Latin linguistic evolutions that might reflect localized environmental and cultural influences, alongside an examination of the geographical dissemination of Romanian-speaking communities in relation to ancient territorial demarcations. Among the specific Romanian linguistic characteristics that bolster continuity arguments are phonological shifts potentially indicative of a Dacian substrate influence, lexical items that appear to stem from regional rather than standardized Latin sources, and certain grammatical structures that may signal non-Latin linguistic contributions during the formative stages of Romanian ethnogenesis. The remarkable archaeological discoveries unearthed throughout the 19th and 20th centuries have fundamentally transformed scholarly comprehension of Dacian civilization, simultaneously furnishing critical evidence for the ongoing scholarly debates surrounding cultural persistence and demographic flux in the wake of the Roman withdrawal. Systematic excavation campaigns undertaken at principal Dacian sites have brought to light sophisticated urban planning, highly advanced metallurgical techniques, intricate religious architecture, and extensive networks of commerce. These revelations collectively attest to the elevated standard of cultural development achieved by Dacian society prior to the Roman conquest. Notably, the excavations at Sarmizegetusa Regia, conducted predominantly during the mid-20th century, unearthed vast architectural vestiges that vividly illustrated the advanced nature of Dacian urban design and their profound religious architectural prowess. The hallowed sacred precinct at Sarmizegetusa Regia encompassed multiple temple edifices meticulously constructed with precisely fitted stone blocks, striking circular sanctuaries deliberately aligned with celestial phenomena, and rectangular structures that likely fulfilled administrative or ceremonial roles. The exceptional caliber of stonemasonry and the sophisticated architectural foresight exhibited at Sarmizegetusa Regia were indeed comparable to contemporary Roman construction methods, all while preserving distinctly Dacian aesthetic sensibilities and functional characteristics, showcasing a unique blend of indigenous innovation and possible external influence. Further archaeological investigations conducted at other significant Dacian fortifications, including Costești, Țetuțuie, Blidaru, and Piatra Roșie, have unveiled the impressive scale and intricate sophistication of Dacian defensive systems. These studies have simultaneously provided valuable insights into the social organization and the economic activities that were essential in sustaining these formidable military installations. The Murus Daciacus construction technique, meticulously deciphered through detailed archaeological analysis, unequivocally demonstrated ingenious engineering solutions. These innovations resulted in defensive walls that, in numerous aspects, surpassed the efficacy of contemporary Roman fortification methodologies. The strategic integration of multiple defensive lines, along with advanced water management systems and designated residential zones within these fortified complexes, underscored comprehensive planning capabilities designed to support substantial populations even during prolonged siege conditions. Material culture artifacts unearthed from Dacian archaeological sites have furnished exhaustive evidence regarding the sophisticated craft production, notable artistic achievements, and remarkable technological innovation that were hallmarks of Dacian civilization at its apex. Metalwork artifacts, for instance, powerfully demonstrate advanced techniques employed in crafting both utilitarian implements and exquisitely decorative objects, with a particular distinction in gold and silver working that reflects both exceptional technical mastery and refined aesthetic discernment. Concurrently, the study of pottery production has revealed distinctive Dacian ceramic traditions, while also indicating a judicious adoption of external influences acquired through vibrant trade contacts and dynamic cultural exchange. Religious artifacts meticulously recovered from Dacian sites have cast considerable light upon the spiritual convictions and ritualistic practices that served as crucial pillars for cultural cohesion and political legitimacy within the fabric of Dacian society. Votive offerings, intricately designed ceremonial vessels, and various architectural components directly associated with religious structures collectively underscore the pivotal role of Zamolxian worship in shaping Dacian cultural identity. These findings simultaneously reveal the sophisticated theological concepts and intricate ritual procedures that defined Dacian religious observance. The palpable integration of religious and political authority, strikingly evident in the archaeological record, aids in explaining the remarkable efficacy of Dacian resistance against Roman imperial expansion and the enduring tenacity of their cultural identity, even in the face of military subjugation. Modern scholarship dedicated to Dacian civilization has substantially profited from the implementation of interdisciplinary methodologies. These approaches seamlessly integrate archaeological evidence with rigorous linguistic analysis, comparative cultural studies, and critical historical source criticism, thereby cultivating a more holistic and nuanced understanding of Dacian society and its profound historical import. Romanian scholars, in particular, have assumed exceptionally significant roles in advancing Dacian research. However, their scholarly endeavors have occasionally been shaped by nationalist perspectives, which tend to accentuate cultural continuity and Romanian ethnic origins in ways that might inadvertently compromise the pursuit of objective historical analysis. The establishment of international scholarly collaboration has demonstrably enriched Dacian studies by introducing a diverse array of methodological approaches and theoretical perspectives to bear upon complex historical inquiries. This collaborative effort has also proven instrumental in mitigating the pervasive influence of nationalist bias, which has at times regrettably impacted regional scholarship. Furthermore, comparative investigations of Dacian material culture alongside contemporary Celtic, Germanic, and Thracian traditions have offered broader contextual frameworks for comprehending Dacian cultural evolution. Simultaneously, these studies have successfully identified distinctive characteristics that unequivocally distinguish Dacian civilization as a unique entity among the ancient European societies. The evolution of Dacian studies into a recognized academic discipline has been characterized by persistent debates concerning methodological rigor, the nuanced interpretation of archaeological evidence, and the intricate relationship between archaeological data and historical source materials. Early scholars predominantly relied upon classical literary sources, which frequently offered biased or incomplete information regarding Dacian society, often reflecting a Romano-centric viewpoint. In contrast, modern researchers have placed a greater emphasis on archaeological evidence, which is generally perceived to furnish more objective insights into Dacian cultural practices and their intricate social organization. Nevertheless, the judicious integration of archaeological and textual evidence continues to pose significant challenges, necessitating meticulous methodological consideration and a rigorous critical evaluation of source reliability. The profound significance of Dacian heritage in the contemporary formation of Romanian national identity stands as one of the most compelling illustrations of how ancient history has been strategically employed within the nation-building paradigms of the 19th and 20th centuries. Romanian intellectuals and political leaders have consistently championed the establishment of strong connections between ancient Dacian civilization and modern Romanian culture, leveraging these links as foundational tenets for asserting national identity claims and bolstering arguments for territorial legitimacy. This particular nationalist interpretation of Dacian history has exerted a considerable influence over educational curricula, cultural institutions, and political discourse, frequently leading to a prioritization of ideological objectives over strict historical accuracy. The pervasive mythologization of Dacian history within Romanian national culture has meticulously crafted heroic narratives that passionately emphasize Dacian resistance against Roman imperialism, often portraying King Decebalus as a valiant defender of ancestral Dacian territories against foreign annexation. Such mythological interpretations frequently oversimplify complex historical processes, inadvertently projecting modern nationalist constructs onto ancient societies that fundamentally operated according to vastly different political and cultural principles. The enduring persistence of these mythological elements within popular culture and prevailing political rhetoric powerfully demonstrates the profound and far-reaching influence of historical narratives on contemporary identity formation and the dynamics of political mobilization. Educational policies enacted in modern Romania have consistently accentuated Dacian history as an indispensable cornerstone of Romanian national identity. Concurrently, these policies have actively promoted continuity theories that serve to bolster claims for Romanian ethnic authenticity and territorial legitimacy. Consequently, school textbooks and university curricula have traditionally presented Daco-Romanian continuity not as a scholarly hypothesis open to debate, but rather as an established historical fact, thereby fostering educational environments that tend to discourage a critical examination of alternative interpretations and perspectives. Within a complex landscape of diverse viewpoints and alternative interpretations, these educational approaches have profoundly shaped numerous cohorts of Romanian citizens. They have simultaneously fostered nationalist political currents that strategically leverage historical assertions to achieve current political aims. Across the nation, various cultural establishments within Romania have actively championed Dacian heritage, employing a rich tapestry of mediums such as museums, commemorative monuments, vibrant festivals, and diverse artistic creations. These endeavors consistently extol the remarkable accomplishments of the ancient Dacians, invariably underscoring their profound and enduring connections with the fabric of contemporary Romanian culture. The prestigious National Museum of Romanian History, situated in the capital city of Bucharest, proudly houses comprehensive collections dedicated to Dacian civilization. These invaluable archaeological discoveries are meticulously showcased within carefully crafted interpretive frameworks that consistently highlight themes of unbroken cultural continuity and the deep roots of national identity. Concurrently, regional museums dispersed throughout the historical province of Transylvania and other geographical expanses that once constituted ancient Dacian territory have diligently curated specialized exhibitions. These displays serve to foster profound local connections with the ancient Dacian civilization, simultaneously bolstering cultural tourism initiatives and aiding in the vital process of regional identity formation. The political appropriation of Dacian history has manifested in diverse iterations across the span of modern Romanian history. Throughout this period, various political movements and their respective leaders have consistently accentuated specific facets of Dacian heritage, deploying them to buttress their particular ideological objectives and policy programs. Notably, during the communist era, Romanian politics under the stringent leadership of Nicolae Ceausescu distinctively championed Dacian themes. These narratives were strategically deployed as powerful counterpoints against Soviet-influenced historical accounts, simultaneously advocating for Romanian independence and asserting cultural distinctiveness within the broader geopolitical framework of the Eastern Bloc. In the post-communist political landscape, Romanian discourse consistently persists in invoking Dacian heritage, particularly within discussions concerning European integration, the intricate issue of minority rights, and the sensitive territorial disputes with neighboring nations. Simultaneously, contemporary archaeological investigations steadfastly unearth novel evidence pertaining to Dacian civilization. This continuous influx of data significantly enriches the perpetual academic discourse surrounding cultural continuity, patterns of demographic change, and the complex interconnection of ancient and modern populations inhabiting the expansive region of southeastern Europe. Recent groundbreaking discoveries at significant archaeological sites, such as Roșia Montana, have brought to light further compelling proof of advanced Dacian mining operations. These revelations simultaneously provoke current policy deliberations concerning crucial issues like environmental protection and the imperative of cultural heritage preservation. Furthermore, the strategic incorporation of modern scientific techniques, encompassing precise radiocarbon dating, intricate DNA analysis, and sophisticated geographic information systems, has profoundly augmented archaeological research capacities. This technological synergy, in turn, yields novel forms of empirical data, significantly broadening the scope for historical interpretation. The profound legacy of Dacian civilization reaches far past the confines of academic historical research and the ambitions of nationalist political movements. Instead, it significantly impacts contemporary cultural production, shapes tourism development strategies, and molds international understanding of Romanian history and identity. Depictions of Dacian history within popular culture, notably through cinematic productions, literary novels, and various other media formats, have effectively generated extensive public cognizance of ancient Dacian achievements. However, these portrayals frequently foster often mythologized narratives that may diverge considerably from rigorous scholarly historical understanding. Cultural tourism, specifically centered on Dacian heritage, has emerged as a substantial economic driver for those regions that encompass significant archaeological sites. This burgeoning sector simultaneously provides a powerful impetus for diligent heritage preservation efforts and comprehensive public education initiatives regarding ancient history. Concurrently, international scholarly recognition of Dacian civilization's profound historical significance has expanded considerably. This heightened appreciation is largely attributed to ongoing archaeological research, which has progressively unveiled the intricate sophistication and multifaceted complexity of Dacian society, thereby underscoring its pivotal contribution to ancient European cultural development. The prestigious UNESCO World Heritage designation bestowed upon the Dacian fortresses of the Archaeology Mountains has consequently bestowed global acclaim upon these invaluable archaeological sites. This designation concurrently establishes rigorous benchmarks for conservation and actively fosters academic inquiry. Furthermore, a vibrant ecosystem of academic conferences, scholarly publications, and collaborative research projects has successfully forged global consortia of experts. These international networks are presently engaged in diverse facets of Dacian history and archaeology, collectively advancing the field. The persistent allure surrounding Dacian civilization profoundly underscores both the extraordinary accomplishments of this ancient society and the modern salience of fundamental questions concerning cultural identity, historical continuity, and the intricate relationship between ancient heritage and contemporary national consciousness. The Dacians, indeed, forged an advanced society that valiantly withstood Roman expansionism for numerous generations, simultaneously cultivating unique cultural practices that significantly shaped later historical trajectories throughout southeastern Europe. Their eventual subjugation by Rome signified more than a mere military defeat. It heralded the profound metamorphosis of a complete cultural panorama, one that would not regain the distinct political unity and cultural particularity that had once characterized the formidable Dacian kingdom. The historical impact of Dacian civilization reaches considerably past the temporal limits of its political independence, profoundly impacting cultural development, population dynamics, and collective historical awareness throughout southeastern Europe. These influences persistently echo in contemporary political and cultural debates, whether manifested through direct population continuity, intricate cultural transmission, or the enduring power of historical memory. The legacy of the Dacian people remains a crucial element in comprehending the intricate historical trajectories that have molded modern Romania and the expansive Carpathian region. The persistent academic inquiry into Dacian history and archaeology guarantees that our comprehension of this remarkable civilization will progressively deepen and refine. This continuous scholarly endeavor simultaneously enriches the wider body of knowledge concerning ancient European societies and sheds further light on their profound and lasting impact on later historical progression. The continuous and often intricate progression of human societies across various epochs, frequently termed historical development, constitutes a foundational aspect of understanding our collective past and present. This ongoing evolution is not merely a chronological sequence of events, but a dynamic interplay of social, economic, political, and technological forces that collectively forge the character of an era, from the emergence of ancient civilizations to the rapid advancements of the modern age. Each period contributes distinct layers to this complex edifice, thereby shaping subsequent generations and influencing the global landscape in profound, often unpredictable ways. Consequently, a comprehensive grasp of these developmental trajectories is indispensable for deciphering the roots of current societal structures and anticipating future transformations.